Morning.
Morning, everyone. Welcome. Today is our second day of interviews. And I'm supposed to remember to turn my mic on. Today is our second day of interviews, and we have, to our committee members, reminder, we have 6 interviews today, so we have a very full agenda. Bob Beecher is here, our first applicant of the day. Bob, as a reminder, we ask you to introduce yourself and give us 5 minutes or a little bit of background and tell us other things. We have your application and we have the 1 page that you just distributed. So we know something about you already, but you can tell us about yourself. And then for about 40 minutes, we will have the opportunity to ask you questions. And then at the conclusion, you'll get 2 to 3 minutes to do any summary comments that you'd want to make to the committee. So with that, the floor is yours.
Okay, thanks. Thanks very much. And no pressure at all here. So, let's start with a little bit about me, sir, and about my family. So, my wife and I both grew up in the Highland Park area of St. Paul. We currently live in Eden Prairie. We have 7 kids, 8 grandkids. Both my wife and I are U of M grads. I graduated from the College of Pharmacy in 1979. My wife's got a dual degree in construction management and interior design. She's been retired for about 8 years now. In addition, of the 7 kids, our oldest son did his undergrad at the U of M and also went to medical school at the U of M, and he's currently living in Milwaukee, and he's a pediatric cardiologist. My second oldest also did his undergrad, and he's got a dual degree in biomedical engineering and a master's in mechanical engineering from the U. So we're pretty deep with the University of Minnesota and very thankful for what it's provided us as a family. Just talk a little bit about my background, my current role. So I'm an employee of the Fairview Health System. I'm part of the senior leadership team there. My responsibilities include all of the clinical businesses that support the infrastructure of the system. So things like pharmacy, lab, rehab services, imaging, pathology, infusion therapy, home medical equipment, emergency medical services. I also served as Fairview's representative on the LifeLink 3 board, which is our air ambulance service that serves a number of organizations across the state. Fairview itself, just for those who may not be familiar, it's about an $8 billion a year company, 12 hospitals, roughly 5,000 providers, over 100 different specialties, 34,000 employees, and we see about a little over 2 million patients a year. The interesting thing about my job is that my services support everything across the system. It doesn't matter if you're a university physician or an independent physician or an employed physician. My services need to be able to work with every single component inside of our health system and at a system level. So a tremendous number of transactions. If you think about pharmacy or lab, I mean, it's, we see 2 million people a year. Every single one of those people is touched in some way with what we do. So I have a very broad level of knowledge across the system, and have my current role. I manage about $3.5 billion of the $8 billion in revenue at Fairview, and I have roughly 7,000 employees that roll up to me in one way or another. So although I'm still a pharmacist at heart, I'm still licensed as a pharmacist. Most of my career has been involved with managing and running businesses. And so I've got a lot of experience with the for-profit side, the nonprofit side, the academic side, so broad range of experience there. Probably something that you'd all be wondering about and happy to talk more about is what's being a Fairview employee, is their conflict given the current situation going on between Fairview and the university. And I want to say, first of all, that I'm here as an independent as an independent citizen. I'm not here as an employee of Fairview. Nobody at Fairview has asked me to apply for this role. I've talked with both our CEO on the Fairview side and also with Bevan Yu, who's the CEO of University of Minnesota Physicians, and Myron Franz, who's been leading the negotiation between Fairview and the university, and said to all three of those gentlemen, if you have any concerns whatsoever about me applying here, tell me now and I'll withdraw my application. And they were all extremely supportive of me pursuing this. I mean, I think they view me as somebody who is collaborative, looks for the wins, and can right. And I'm also, given the number of boards that I've been on, I'm very clear about what my responsibilities would be if I was selected to be a regent, and that's fiduciary responsibility to the University of Minnesota. I'm not there representing Fairview. I'm not there representing anything other than the university in that role. And happy to give some other examples where I've done that in the past in my career if that's necessary. So why would I want to be a regent? Well, obviously we've got, I think my family and me personally, we've had a tremendous relationship with the university over the years. I have a lot of experience in different areas of business. I think that may be helpful to the university in a regent role. And frankly, I'm at a point in my career and with the family where I would have the time to dedicate to do that. And it's been you get to a certain point in life where you can say, okay, I actually could do a good job if I took something like this on, because I would have the ability to spend the time that it would take to do that. So with that as an opening, I'm sure you've all got questions for me, and I look forward to answering those to the best of my ability.
So as the chairman, it's my privilege to ask the first question. And I will ask you, please expound on your application response regarding the most significant challenges, opportunities, or threats that to the University of Minnesota as a land grant institution in the next 5 to 10 years, and how would your knowledge or experience help to address those concerns?
Okay. Well, several things come to mind. I guess the first would be affordability. Many higher education institutions are struggling with that. I mean, the cost of higher education is getting to the point where it's out of reach for a number of people. And so I think helping, the university is going to have to figure out how it maintains its value proposition, if you will, if we're going to continue to thrive and grow as a university. So I think that's the first thing. The second thing I think is that we would consider is I walk around campus, we've got an aging infrastructure that's going to need to be addressed. And that's not an inexpensive thing to think about. And especially at the same time when you're trying to deal with how are you more affordable, you can't just continue to raise tuition to pay for things. So I think thinking that through is going to be, that's something the university is for sure going to have to think about. I think the third thing is just that we've got to make sure that we continue with our ability to stay at the forefront of academics and research nationally. And, there's a lot of really exciting technologies coming down the line. There's a lot of really exciting drug therapies coming down the line and other things that we're going to want to make sure that we're at the forefront of. So I think having the, working as a regent and being in a governance role, helping to guide the university through either advice, connections, or, or maybe at times challenging to make sure that we're doing everything that we need to do to remain viable is incredibly important. I mean, the state of Minnesota university is a huge part of the state of Minnesota, and the success of the state of Minnesota is in large part tied to the success of the university. So it's going to be really important for us to make sure that the university remains vital.
Steve?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Beecher. Thank you for your interest today. Anybody who's been in a number of governance roles such as yourself has likely had a number of personal successes and failures. Can you describe a recent governance situation where you wish you would have taken a different course of action?
Sure. One of the organizations that I was working with as a board member, I was in charge of hiring a leader for that organization. And the person that we ultimately hired turned out to not be prepared for the role. And so I think, you know, from my point of view, the failure in that situation was that we didn't do enough due diligence on the person to make sure that she was ready and was able to be successful. And then I don't believe we did as much as we could have to help support her. And once we realized that she wasn't quite ready, that we didn't give her the support necessarily that she was going to need to be successful. So, you know, that's a great, from my perspective, that would be a do-over. That it's, if I had the chance to do it differently, I would have done it completely differently. You know, learn from it, but it wasn't a pleasant experience.
Thank you. Cal has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've been looking a little bit so far at kind of these big, broad financial infrastructural things that I think are very, you know, somewhat broad, where a lot of the experience in, you know, healthcare sector is fairly transferable. I'm going to pivot to something that's maybe a little bit more academic centric. What are your thoughts on academic freedom as a concept? How would you, as a member of the Board of Regents, interact with and engage with this concept and with the faculty who really drive it and really value it?
Well, I think just starting with what does academic freedom mean, or what's my understanding of academic freedom? So we need to be, you know, as an institution, our faculty and our students need to be able to freely explore, think about, publish on a number of topics that may not always be, how shall I say this, may not always be popular, and or may cause controversy. And that's a fundamental part of academics. So, you know, the ability for our faculty and our students to be able to pursue all areas of research, all areas of thought is extremely important. I mean, that's how you come up with new ideas, and that's how you learn. You know, I think at the same time, we have to be careful that doesn't give license to drive hate. It doesn't give license to break the law, you know. So I mean, sometimes it's a very fine line, but you know, I think being able to pursue that, you know, pursue academic freedom to the, you know, with an open mind to the highest degree possible is essential to the effective functioning of the university.
Thank you. Mark, question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being with us today. I'm sure you're acutely aware of the challenges that the university is facing in terms of our medical school and our healthcare services and education. From your role, I mean, you're on the front line in terms of that. What skill sets would you take with you? You'd have to step out of your current, you know, and mindset of being a Fairview employee, but what could you take with you to help us navigate on this challenging road that we have ahead of us to try to figure out where we're going to go, what we're going to be for our state in terms of providing doctors and medical services?
Well, I think if you think about the current situation where you'd have to start is, first of all, what's the right thing here? And the right thing is we deserve, the citizens of Minnesota, the best possible healthcare that we can give them. And so if you start with what's good for the patient and then work back you start with that as your fundamental principle, it's pretty easy to start working backwards. The rest of it's just business stuff. And I think what I would say is, you know, for anybody that's worked with me, I think what they would say is that I'm always balanced in my approach. I hate the idea of win-lose conversations. If you walk away from one of these critical conversations and somebody feels like they won and somebody feels like they lost, then we probably didn't get to a good outcome. And so I think what I would be able to bring to the table is respect and understanding of the issues on both sides. And a lot of respect that I think, you know, with the folks, you know, I think I've got a lot of credibility with everybody involved here. So my hope is that I could serve as a bridge of some kind to just help get this moving forward, because, you know, the path we're on right now isn't good for the university. It isn't good for Fairview. It isn't good for the community. It's frankly embarrassing. We need to do better.
Thank you. Quentin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Beecher, for your time and for considering running for Regent. I just want to piggyback off of Mark's question just a little bit, because I'm just having a little trouble understanding how, as an employee of Fairview, and, you know, understanding the relationship with the University of Minnesota, how it would not be a conflict of interest. And so if you just want to explain a little bit more on how your role as an employee and then serving on the Board of Regents, like how you see that not being a conflict. I know you've talked to some folks and, you know, you've got their feedback and their blessing.
Yeah, that's fair.
So I'd love to hear that. And then two, you mentioned that there are some examples where you've been in this position before. And so to share with the council,
Sure.
what have those examples been and how have you influenced conversations between parties?
Well, I think as a regent, you know, my responsibility is to the Board of Regents. It's not as an employee of Fairview. So I'm not sitting there as a representative of Fairview. I'm sitting there as a regent. And that's the mindset that I would bring with me at the time. You know, you know, it's probably just, to be honest, I think the other thing to consider is that I'm at a stage in my career where I'm not likely to be an employee of Fairview for my entire tenure as a regent. You know, I'm getting to the stage where it's time to, I don't have immediate plans to retire, but I'm not going to be there forever. And I, you know, I thought about this a lot. I mean, I came forward as a private citizen, not as an employee. So, you know, for example, several years ago, I was as a Fairview employee, I was on the board of Maple Grove Hospital. And that board had to make decisions that supported the success of Maple Grove Hospital. Not, you know, I wasn't there supporting Fairview. So, you know, if you look at my record, I mean, I was voting on behalf of Maple Grove. I was not voting on behalf of Fairview. I would say the same thing when I was on the board of Acceler RX. That was a company that was owned by 8 different health systems across the country. Served as the chair there. I could have easily driven Fairview's agenda as part of that, and I didn't, because there again, my responsibility was to that board, to that company. And so, I mean, I feel like I'm pretty clear with what my responsibilities would be as a regent. And, you know, I think in that role, I'd be there to perhaps provide perspective to the other regions. I mean, it's not just my decision, obviously, and so I think, I would, if there was ever something where it felt like I was immediately, I would recuse myself. Yeah.
Richard, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Bleacher, for being here today with us. Appreciate you throwing your hat in the ring. I'm going to piggyback a little bit on Mark and Quentin's comments. And it seems like you're probably the most qualified person to fix what's wrong, or even define what's wrong or what can be improved. Maybe that's a more eloquent way to put it, with the medical school and the whole operation. But I'd like to ask you, what are the what's probably the one or two hardest decisions that have to be made that aren't being made right now, kind of being swept a little bit under the rug? And sometimes people don't want to state the obvious that needs to be stated. That'd be my first thought for you to think about. And the next thing is, you mentioned responsibility. Your responsibility, the way I heard it, correct me if I'm wrong, is number one to the Board of Regents. If you are elected to the region, I wonder where you sit with the students, employees, the stakeholders. The state of Minnesota is a land grant college in that order. And if maybe I just heard something wrong, or could get a clear definition on the stakeholders in the University of Minnesota and where the number one priority really lands.
Okay. Well, that's a good one. As far as, I think as far as what's not being said, there's a long history. There's a level of trust within both organizations that typically you'd see in a partnership that just doesn't seem to be there. And I think that's probably the fundamental thing that needs to be addressed. And it's probably a little mea culpa on both sides that needs to happen in order for us to get there. There's a lot of, what I find is people have opinions about what's going on, not always based on fact. And when you get people together and you actually lay the facts on the table, often you end up with a different conclusion walking out of the room. And so I would say that everybody involved is trying to do the right thing. And everybody involved is very serious about trying to do the right thing. And just, I think we've got to get over the trust issue and start talking, at a more, probably at a more granular level about really what are the issues? What's really bothering you? Here's what's really bothering me. Let's talk it through. I think that's the work that's going to need to happen here to make this go forward. As far as our stakeholders, our key stakeholders, for the university, there are a lot of stakeholders, right? So you've got business, you've got the state, you've got students, you've got employees. It's a large, incredibly complex organization. So, I think the way that I would view it, and ask again if I'm not answering your question, but I think spending some time, if we haven't already done that, really understanding what people need from us as a university. And that's going to be different from each group. And there's going to be times where it's not, what one group wants isn't going to match up with what somebody else wants. And then a decision needs to get made and we need to be able to explain it. But, I think at the end of the day, whatever decisions get made and whatever priorities we make have to be explainable. So, one of the things I always think about is, well, if it's in the paper and I have to go explain it to my mother, am I going to be able to do that in a way that, that makes sense? And so I think, being able to do that, people may not always agree with what we're doing or what our priorities are. But I think being able to explain why those decisions are made and, and also listen at the same time, because I always found that even somebody that you don't want to hear from, about 30% of what they're telling you is true, and you really need to listen to that. And that should alter your thinking over time. So, so I think back to your question. So I think, from a priority standpoint or from a stakeholder standpoint, making sure we have a clear understanding of what the University of Minnesota, what's expected of the University of Minnesota from the rest of our community is a really important starting point. Then we can start to prioritize.
Thank you. Matt has a question.
Feature for your application, following and in the line of expectations and responsibilities of the regions, would be curious if you could give your thoughts on how you think the performance of the regions should be evaluated, both as a body of the whole and also in the individual performance of the region.
Okay. Well, I think as a body goes back to getting feedback from your stakeholders. So first of all, be clear about what we're looking to accomplish. And then once we're clear on that, we can use that to help measure how we're doing against those goals. So being sure that we've defined clear goals can be measured, and then drive towards those goals. And then I think, asking our stakeholders, at least annually, if not twice a year, how are we doing? Give us feedback. You can't improve if you don't know where you're doing well and where you're not. And so I think that's important. And then I think from an individual region perspective, I would look to the rest of the regions to help give feedback. I think it's helpful for all of us to hear how we're doing. You don't end up in these jobs without thinking you have all the answers. And sometimes remembering to be humble and listen to what others say to you is really important. And you may not always hear what you want to hear, and you may find out that you've got some blind spots that you didn't think you had. So I think it's, creating a culture where everybody's open to that feedback and willing to listen to it and adjust is really important.
Thank you. Kenny has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Bob, thank you for being here today. My question kind of plays off of Richard's question in terms of stakeholders. The U system is extensive, 5 campuses. There are extension services that touch every corner of the state. How would you ensure going about connecting with all of these different communities and then ensuring that the U reaches all corners of the state?
Yeah. I need to get out there and see it all. I'm pretty familiar with the Minneapolis and St. Paul campus. If I was selected, part of the way I would orient myself is to go on a road trip and see it. I find that actually going out and talking to people and seeing what they're doing and seeing it firsthand is incredibly helpful. As far as I think that's one of the key stakeholders. If you think about it, you've got both the urban campus, and then you've also got the rural campuses. We've got the agricultural school. There's a huge component to the university that has nothing to do with, engineering or healthcare. It's, there's all these other services as well. And, I'm certainly not as familiar with those, but I do have farming in my background. We had a farm growing up. I worked for a number of years for a cousin of mine on a huge grain farm in South Dakota in the summertime. So I'm not unfamiliar to the other aspects of what we do as a university, and I think it's incredibly important. So, but I think at the end of the day, being able to that's actually part of what attracts me to the idea of putting my name in the hat is just how diverse it is, and being able to go out and see it and think about how to support all of it is really, would really be important to me.
Thank you. Senator Rarick has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Beecher, for being here. I like to talk to our candidates about the need for asking the tough question as we're looking at different proposals and things that are coming before the Board of Regents. And I want to maybe go a little bit different angle based on some of your comments when you talked about if I have to explain this to my mother because it was in the paper. Well, I think some of that comes from, I think what a lot of people, an issue we've been having with the Board of Regents is an issue of this transparency. And do you see yourself as somebody who is willing to ask those tough questions at the Board of Regents in the public realm? Because you've maybe had all these discussions behind the scenes, but are you willing to ask those questions so it can come out into the public light and that explanation is there ahead of time, maybe before it hits the paper?
Well, yeah, I mean, you can't have trust without transparency. So, and if you're in a role like this, you have to be able to ask tough questions. If you're not asking tough questions, you're not doing your job. And, you know, I don't have any concern or problem with that if necessary. You know, I mean, it ultimately, you know, you're not asking tough questions. You shouldn't be asking tough questions just to be controversial or just to be contrary. In your governance role, you should be asking those questions because there's a problem that needs to be addressed, or there's a lack of clarity. And it's not always popular when you're asking those questions, but you know, if at the end of the day, if you're going to end up with the best possible product or the best possible outcomes, you've got to ask the questions. So, yeah, I would not have any concern with doing that. Yeah. And I think what I meant by, you know, what I said earlier is if you can't explain what you did and why you did it, then, you know, there's a problem. You know, you should be able to be clear and frankly, at the time doing the best you can, and you take the heat for it. And, you know, if you get new information, you may change, you know, you may do something different, but, you know, it's an expectation of this kind of a job.
Thank you. Quentin had another question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a Board of Regent or as a regent on the board, obviously, you know, there's a difference in governance and operations, but I want you to put on your operations hat for us, Mr. Beecher. And if you were president of the university and there was one initiative that you could undertake without failure, what would that be and why?
Okay. I think if we just think about everything that's going on today, I'd solve this healthcare issue. It's just been very prolonged. It's messy. People are confused. You know, I think the current president being a physician, I think people are looking to her to get more, maybe be more actively involved with getting this resolved. So it's just this kind of state of not getting anywhere that we're in is just, I don't think it's good for anybody. So I would urge that we come up with some kind of a solution here. If that wasn't, if I was going to say, well, what's next? I would say our infrastructure issues. You know, what are they and how do we address those? You know, I think it's an interesting, you know, you're right. From an operations standpoint, I could say, here's what I would do, you know, but if you're more in a governance role, you don't want to be micromanaging. And so it's more, how do you provide advice? How do you serve as a sounding board, you know, but hopefully can guide that way.
Thank you. We have two more questions. Cal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to follow up on Kenny's question from earlier about kind of the system campus as the extension. You know, as a Morris grad myself, back in 2022, it's an issue that's obviously very close to my heart. I'm wondering, you mentioned, you know, your willingness to go out and see and experience the other four campuses after you'd get appointed. I'm curious to know what sort of outreach you would do, potentially even before you would be appointed. I mean, you know, pending results of Friday's voting, but I'm curious to know what outreach you would do, both to, you know, the system campuses before that, for the final appointment would be made, and to other stakeholders as well on and around campus, who I think might be interested in offering some opinions and offering some potential thoughts and feedback for you.
Okay. Well, yeah, I'd be more than happy to do that, you know, and I think getting out and talking to people, so you know, that's the best way to learn. I mean, it's going out and hearing firsthand what's on people's minds, what their concerns are, what their hopes are. You know, you can't represent people in this kind of a role if you're not willing to do that and be approachable and available. So, putting the time in, whether it's Morris, Duluth, wherever, you know, I mean, I think getting out and actually putting eyes on all of it, just so you understand the complete picture, is going to be very important.
All right, Shivangi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Beecher, for being here today. My question revolves around the tough challenging, I guess, discussions that the Board of Regents has. Takes on a political stance. You have to make decisions based off of academics for the state, like you mentioned. What about that challenges you, do you think?
Probably just, I think, for not personally and for everybody in this role, being open-minded and hearing everybody. There are, you know, whenever you get into a situation where if something seems tough or there's conflict or there's a huge difference of opinion, it's usually based on bias that you're bringing into the discussion versus actually listening to the people that you're talking to. So I think just making sure that we take the time to think it through, not, you know, we can't dither, and I'm not suggesting that in any way, shape, or form, but I think making sure that you've got accurate feedback and we're making decisions based on fact and is really important. So it's frankly, it's what I do pretty much every day, so I'm pretty comfortable with it. And, but I think it's important in a role like this to make sure that you're listening to everybody, and not everybody's going to be happy with the decision, but what is important is everybody feels like they've been heard.
And I'm going to ask a last question that I've asked of almost all the candidates that I've had the chance to ask, and that is just a reminder and a conversation about the time commitment of being a regent. It's a 6-year commitment, and it is a time expectation that is hard to predict. I think our regents didn't necessarily all know that our president was going to resign and they were going to have to be involved in finding an interim and recruiting, in addition to all the other responsibilities that they have. So
Yeah.
It expands collapse to the needs of the university, and we expect our regents to really be there and be present. I know that even preparing for the meeting, sometimes it's hundreds of pages to really arrive and be ready to be a regent.
Mm-hmm.
And I know how busy the responsibilities you must have at Fairview, but I also heard you say that retirement would probably be in the plan to make it work because you would fully commit to being a regent if you were elected. And I wanted to say that out loud to you again. And if you wanted to comment about that, make people feel comfortable with your commitment to the time commitment and understanding of that, I think would be a great thing.
Yeah, no, and I had thought a lot about that actually when I applied, was just, and, you know, I think the way I'm viewing it is I'm at a point in my career where I'm starting to cut back, and doing something like this, I think would be, is something that I know I'd be very excited to do. And you can always make time for the things that you're excited to do. And I'm well aware of the time commitment. And if I'm elected, I would immediately start planning for how I'm gonna carve out the time to make sure that I'm doing this job effectively. So,
And with that, the floor is back to you for concluding
Okay.
comments. Thank you.
well, I just want to say thank you for listening to me today. Really appreciated and honored to be invited to come here and speak with you all. It was nice to meet all of you. And I'm really hoping you'll consider me and pass me on to the next phase. I'm really excited about doing this and would love the opportunity. So thank you.
Thank you. We are adjourned till 10 o'clock.
Can everybody hear me okay? Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. Thank you for joining us this morning. The format, to remind you, we will ask you, give you the floor for the first 5 minutes perhaps to tell us a little bit more about yourself. We have what you just gave us, and by now people have reviewed your application and your references, so we know something about you from those things. And then we will turn it over to our committee to ask questions. And then it will be back to you for the last maybe 3 minutes to summarize what you would like to tell us about yourself. And it'll be a great time. So thank you for that. And the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for the opportunity to be here today. And thank you for your service to the Regent Candidate Advisory Committee. By show of hands, how many of you know someone with a pacemaker? The first wearable pacemaker was invented by Earl Bakken, a University of Minnesota graduate, and used by Dr. Lillihei, a physician at the University of Minnesota hospitals. The implantable pacemaker was commercialized in 1960 by Medtronic, a company founded by Bakken and Palmer Hermsley, both proud graduates of the University of Minnesota. Today, Medtronic employs 95,000 employees across the globe, 10,000 here in the state of Minnesota, and over 8 million people have a pacemaker across the globe. This is a real-life example of the transformative impact of the University of Minnesota has on the world. So who am I? I'm a first-generation college graduate with an engineering degree from the University of Minnesota. I came to the U in 1983 from a small town in northern Wisconsin. My parents, who did not have the opportunity to go to college, insisted that all 6 of their children pursue further education. As one of the few women in engineering at the time, I experienced firsthand how incredibly important a strong support network is, which has shaped me into being a lifelong advocate for students. I am also the mother of 2 recent college graduates, a daughter with a PharmD from Drake University and a son with a graphic design degree from the University of Minnesota. I also currently mentor students at the College of Science and Engineering, which gives me fresh perspective on the experience of today's students. I spent 28 years at that company called Medtronic, starting as an engineer and progressing to an executive role. Throughout my career, I focused on continuous learning, leading teams, developing talent, driving innovation, and navigating complex challenges. Community service was always important to me. And when my children were younger, I served as a Girl Scout leader and a Sunday school teacher. As they grew, I expanded my service to nonprofit boards, and most recently spent 8 years at the University of Minnesota Alumni Association Board, where I served as board chair from 2022 to 2023. And during this time, I had the privilege to work alongside 3 university presidents, President Kaler, President Gabler, and interim President Jeff Ettinger. My role on the 18th President's Search Committee further deepened my understanding of the university's missions and challenges. It was during this work, listening to students, faculty, and staff across the state, that I felt compelled to pursue the role of regent. So I bring 3 key qualities to this role. The first is critical thinking and problem-solving skills grounded in my engineering background with a focus on data-driven decision-making. The second is relationship-building skills that foster constructive dialogue and collaboration, essential for effective governance. And the third is extensive leadership experience, including leading large teams, managing budgets, navigating change, and making complex decisions in the face of ambiguity. These attributes position me to contribute meaningfully to the Regents. The University of Minnesota serves the entire state, from the tip of the arrowhead to the southern border. Minnesota is diverse in its natural resources, people, and economy. Growing up as the daughter of a National Forest Service employee, I developed a deep understanding of the importance of managing natural resources for economic and recreational benefits. My husband grew up on a farm in southern Minnesota, And every visit to his hometown reminds me of the critical role agriculture plays, not just in Minnesota, but globally. Rural communities face unique challenges in education and healthcare access. As a land-grant institution, the U of M has a vital role in addressing these statewide needs while preparing all students to contribute meaningfully to our economy. As I shared in my essay, the university's success rests on 3 pillars: student success, academic excellence, and outstanding research capabilities. Going back to the story of Medtronic, without Earl's education, his collaboration with the University of Minnesota hospitals, and the groundbreaking research they did together, Minnesota would not be the medical hub it is today. This class of Board of Regents has a unique opportunity to partner with Dr. Cunningham as she develops her first strategic plan and sets priorities for the university's future. We are at a pivotal and exciting time for the U of M, and I am ready to contribute to its continued success. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. The privilege of the first question is mine. And so I will ask you, please expound on your application response regarding the most significant challenges, opportunities, or threats to the University of Minnesota, a land-grant institution, in the next 5 to 10 years. And tell us how your knowledge and experience would help address these things.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great question. Certainly facing us is the M Fairview and the teaching hospital separation that Dr. Cunningham has already started to look at. That is significant to the state. 70% of our physicians are trained at that teaching hospital. And it's very important for us as we talk about access to healthcare. The university has 4 teaching hospitals. We've got Rochester, we've got Duluth, we've got Twin Cities here, and a new one in St. Cloud. So that is, you could argue it's a challenge, but it's also a great opportunity for this state to move forward. And I see that over the next 5 years as being significant. Maybe a threat would be funding. You know, there is not unlimited money available to the university, and we know that that's tough. We know it's hard to get money from the legislature as they have to make decisions on trade-offs of where money goes. We've got perhaps funding from the NIH that will be with a new administration that may be at jeopardy. We have the NIL that we're facing along with other, NCAA schools. So, what I would bring to the table there is my background in really understanding and developing, where are the sources of income, donors. How do we perhaps find new donors? You look at the president's new agreement with Medtronic to do research. We have a credible opportunity. You take that threat into an opportunity. Here in the Twin Cities, we have Fortune 500 companies. Have we reached out to them? Have we knocked on their doors to see if there's something that we can do with them collectively?
Steve, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for your interest in appearing here today. Anybody that's been in a governance role over a number of years has likely experienced personal failures and successes. Could you describe an example of recent governance experience where you wish you would have taken a different course of action?
Thank you for the question, Steve. So in my essay, I think I mentioned as board chair at the Alumni Association, we were going through the change of the mark of the university, of the Alumni Association. And most people maybe don't recognize the M's that they were using were slightly different. And the university had come to us and said, we really would like you to use the university M. We think it's best. We think there's revenue generation associated with it, but we also think from a liability. That process took a long time, and it happened over the course of the pandemic. And so things were kind of set back. We were doing things remotely. One of the things that I wish that I would have done as the board chair when I sat there was be more proactive with the president's office and really seeking to understand what they needed, what their timeline was, working more with the board. I talked in my essay about, working with some of the board members who had a hard time with the lengthy timeline and explaining to them the revenue impact to the Alumni Association. But really, in hindsight, I think I could have done more as the board chair to stand up with Lisa Lewis, the CEO, to make sure that we moved at a swifter timeline.
Thank you. Cal has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just kind of looking over your resume and, bumping into you at various university affiliated events over the past, who knows how long. It's clear that you've got a lot of really good experience and a lot of really good connections already with a lot of folks in the university. And I think there are really obvious arguments to be made for how that would be, coming in with some of those relationships already in place, might be a helpful asset for folks on the Board of Regents. I'm curious to what you would say to folks who might look at that with a little bit more skepticism and might want to interrogate some of those connections, and how you might assure them that you would still be able to act and potentially hold the administration accountable to the best interest of the state if, the interests of the university or the interests of the state might have happened to diverge in a particular instance or a particular issue.
Thank you, Cal. So as a Board of Regents, I do know you take an oath to set aside your personal connections, your political affiliations, and really do what's best for the University of Minnesota. And yes, I do have a lot of connections and I do have a wide network. How I would use those is for listening. I go back to one of the things I'm really good at is building those relationships and learning how to, what's important to those constituents, reaching out, talking to them, spending time with them. What are their priorities? How can I bring that into the Board of Regents, and not letting my own personal views or let their views over influence me, but yet hear them and do what's best at the end of the day for the University of Minnesota.
Ed has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for applying, and thank you for taking the time to come out here and visit with us. There's approximately 28,000 employees at the University of Minnesota. And you mentioned in your application of the success, you believe the success of the University of Minnesota is built on 3 pillars: student success, academic excellence, and outstanding research capabilities. Can you tell me where workers fit into those pillars and the success of the students?
As a student, it's the student experience that's important. And that experience is influenced by housing on campus. So where people live, perhaps the first dorm that they live in, and the cafeteria they eat in, and the first food they have that mom hasn't cooked, and they have to decide whether they're going to like it or not. It includes their support network of mentors. Do they have people who can help them be successful navigating the university, their classes? For me personally, Dr. Art Erdman was someone who influenced me. He was my advisor. He gave me a chance when I came to the university. I didn't know that I could have gotten straight into the College of Science and Engineering. And so I went in through the College of Liberal Arts. I had to apply. My grade point wasn't sufficient, but Dr. Erdman gave me that opportunity. And so professors, they have incredible influence on students in helping them be successful. I think that the community in which they live is also important. So as they move out of the dorms and they live in, Dinkytown or Stadium Village, they may not be workers of the school, but they also influence the students in their experience.
Mark has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ann, for your consideration of further service to the University of Minnesota. How does your experience working at a large international global corporation such as Medtronic help you or would assist you in helping the board to coordinate our statewide system for maximizing the betterment of education at all of those schools, at the same time creating some efficiencies?
Thank you, Mark. So two of my last roles at Medtronic, I actually served in a corporate function where I had very small teams, but had to influence the entire matrix of Medtronic, which included 20 business units. So the University of Minnesota has 5 campuses. I was able to visit 4 of those through the listening sessions with the Presidential Search Committee. And it was there that I learned the uniqueness of each campus, but yet perhaps some leverage that we could have in helping each one of them be successful. And so relaying that to my corporate life where I needed to look for similarities, things that were maybe duplicative that didn't need to be duplicative, and things that we could do centrally that would save us money, but yet help us reach our goals the way we needed to be, the goals that we needed to be reached. So I would say, leveraging that matrix organization that I had to live and breathe in, I had to lead in, it was really a governing role where they had autonomy as a unique business unit, but I needed to influence them for the betterment of the company.
Thank you. Kenny has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for being here today. I want to be a little imaginative for a minute here. So if you were elected a regent and you were to serve out your 6-year term, and then looking back on that term, what do you hope that you would have accomplished during that time? And what would your legacy be as a regent?
Thank you, Kenny. So I would like to look back after 6 years and say that I have contributed and supported Dr. Cunningham in her strategic plan, helped her meet and in some cases exceed what she wanted to do. I also would like to be seen as a regent of the people, someone who listens and brings that voice back to the University of Minnesota. And if my constituents agree, I hope they ask me for another 6 years.
Thank you. Quentin has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Ann, for being here this morning. In your application, you talked about your group decision-making in terms of creating psychological safe environments for folks. How do you feel the University of Minnesota, understanding the many diverse populations and stakeholders that the U serves, can do a better job of creating psychological safety for those stakeholders?
Thank you. Great question. So psychological safety starts with providing an environment where people feel safe in asking questions, so they're not judged. And my experience with that is you can create that environment when people know each other, when they have the ability to get to know each other. So as students go to class, at least my experience was, large classroom, you don't really know the students that are next to you. So what are we doing to help students congregate and be more similar? So you look at the dorms, they're doing that with the dorms, right? If you go into an engineering curriculum, you're housed with other engineering students. You become part of a group community in which you get to know those people. And so when you have difficult times, you can lean on them, you can do more with them, and you can get to where you need to be. I have a personal example. I recently completed the Master Gardener program through the Extension program. And one of the things that they had in their curriculum was how to communicate and work with other Master Gardeners, because there's a lot of opinions in that space. Should I use chemicals? Should I not use chemicals? Is that a weed or is that a pollinator? What do you do? And I was really quite impressed. And from what I understand, that was fairly new. Bringing in a discussion of how to acknowledge and not criticize other people's opinions, but be able to have a conversation around it. And in discussion with my mentee, when I was telling her about that, she said, that's not something that was in my freshman curriculum. We didn't hear that. And maybe that is something that could help as incoming students. How do we have productive conversations with each other without offending each other?
Senator Rarick has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here. I like to talk to candidates about being willing to ask tough questions. And so the tough question here is your true allegiance to the Gophers or to the Badgers?
I have an answer for that.
No, you have a lot of experience through the university with administrations. Are you going to be willing to, at Regent's meetings in front of the public to ask some of those hard questions, challenging questions, so that we can prove out different proposals and why they would be the right thing.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator Rarick. So to answer to your first question, I am a gopher. I got accepted at the University of Wisconsin, but chose to come here because of the companies that actually exist in this city. And I knew that my opportunity would be larger. Back to your question around asking difficult questions. I think if you talk to anybody who's ever worked with me, I have never shied away from being the person to ask the difficult questions. Example of that is that Mark discussion. I remember when university relations came to speak to us. Mark, you might have been at that meeting. It was a difficult meeting, but I stood up and I asked, what is the benefit to the Alumni Association if we make this change? I can see the benefit to the university, but what about the Alumni Association? And so I do think it's important to banter that back and forth. We need to have open dialogue. We need to get opinion and bring that forward and have difficult conversations. And I am willing to do that.
Shivangi, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. I know Earl Bakken has created significant opportunities for the university, whether that's the Medical Device Center, the Visible Heart Lab, research, jobs, money. That was decades ago. And with the growing discussions of academics at the U of M and rankings, and with students, academics, and research kind of being your main, I guess, emphasis area to work on, what do you think are the challenges that come with improving upon those three emphasis areas? And what do you think are the key differences of what we offered back then to what we have now?
Thank you. So what I would say one of the challenges we have is whether the university can keep up with industry from a curriculum standpoint. And so if you think of students that are going to school now, are we preparing them for where they need to be? AI is a great example, right? Like that's changing our world. Business is changing. In my own personal experience at Medtronic, my quality function, we used to say it would take us 18 months for a new grad to come to us before they really understood what they had to do. That's too long. 18 months is a long time. And so, I think that is a challenge. That's a real challenge. Curriculum is hard to change. Opinions are hard to change, but we have to face that and start working with companies. The opportunity that we have is, the university is a well-named, well-known university, reaching out to business partners and saying, what do you need to see in our curriculum? How do we advance that? What do you need to see in students when they come to you? What are the gaps? Being really honest that maybe what we've always done won't get us to be where we think we want to go. And I do think that because we are seated here in the Twin Cities, we can start here locally. That agreement with Medtronic is one idea, but General Mills, what about that? What about Target? What about 3M? What are we doing in those spaces? What about marketing? There's some excellent marketing firms in the city. How are we leveraging them? And so partnering really with industry to keep up with how the future will look, and maybe even shaping that future, not waiting for it to happen. You're welcome.
Richard has a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Ann. I appreciate everything you've done. Territorial Hall. I don't know what to say. I won't say anything on that, but I was in Frontier Hall my freshman year. At any rate, you mentioned marketing. You mentioned the importance of marketing the university. We have a few of you guys who've really been troopers with the Alumni Association and dedicated Gopher fans who stuck around last night to the very bitter end. What would you do as a regent to help enable the Alumni Association to do a better job of marketing the University of Minnesota to bring more loyalty back in? And as you know, the goodwill marketing of the Alumni Association and the alumni body is what gives us global presence and a desire to come here.
Yeah.
And to enroll in the University of Minnesota, and for corporations to support that. So you've been in one active role, very active. What would you do if you were sitting on the Board of Regents to help enable you as an alumni promotion for promotion with the Alumni Association, for example.
Yeah.
To make it better.
Great. Thank you, Richard. Music to my ears to be able to influence that. The university has over 500,000 active alumni. I don't know if people realize that. And over a year ago, they solicited alumni to tell their stories. They received 40,000 stories. Those stories might not be the Earl Bakken, but they're a story of the impact that the university has had on people's lives. That is marketing. How do we tell those stories? You look at what the president is doing, you know, she's got a campaign for communication. And I think she's really starting to turn that tide. The Alumni Association, if, you know, funding, it truly is a funding challenge. We've taken apart the numbers in that space, and they have less people per alumni than most Big Ten schools. And so invested wisely, they could support more campuses. They could support the globe. I was on a trip to Iceland and I met the local chapter of Minnesota graduates in Iceland and had dinner with them. That is so powerful. And so being able to resource them appropriately to serve all of those alumni, not just the ones that live more locally. And that's what I would do. You're welcome.
Thank you. Quentin has a question too.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And if you were to put your operations hat on, right, and obviously you're interviewing to be a regent, but if there was one initiative that you could undertake and you knew you would not fail, what would that be and why?
Thank you, Quentin. One initiative. It's a great question because there's a lot there. I think the one thing that I would undertake is truly the relationship with industry. There is success there. Businesses need to be successful. They have a P&L that they have to abide by, and they need resources. They need people. They need good people. And why can't those people come from the University of Minnesota? I think statistics show that kids who come to Minnesota stay in Minnesota. We've got a lot of companies here that could use good people. And so creating that investment where we really take a hard look at industry and how we partner with them on curriculum, go back to that, and preparing students for their future jobs.
And Matt, you have a question as well.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Sheldon, for your application. Similar to sharing a recent college graduate at the U, an immediate family, I'm curious to hear in your unique background with the search and all that, the vision and role Regents have in public safety and campus security and how you look at that.
Thank you, Matt. As part of that student experience, campus safety is super important. No one wants to send their child off to a school and have to worry about them. And so, you know, I know that during President Gabel's administration, she initiated a group of people to work on campus safety. That team needs to continue. It's not over, right? This is an evolving area. Our campus sits inside of a very large city, one that has had some disruption, one that has a police force that's understaffed. And so that is an incredible opportunity for the Regents to continue to lean into that space, to make sure that our students are safe no matter where they are on campus, make sure that there's metrics associated with it, that they're following it, keep that group of people engaged and moving forward. And it evolves as, you know, the city evolves, situations happen, responding to all of that. We have to maintain and make that a priority.
And Lucas has a question.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks for being here. My question actually relates to Richard's question on reputation. not picking on you, but utilizing your expertise, being that you've been involved in so many of these things. Curious of your perception of reputation amongst the Alumni Foundation Board, as you can foresee it best of reading their minds, your community where you live, maybe your employment, the metro area, and then the whole state. Are they different, do you think, the reputation of the University of Minnesota amongst those stakeholders? Or do you think it's generally homogenous amongst those groups? And then you already answered kind of what you would do about it, so I'll leave that off. But I was just curious, would you say that the reputation from, you mentioned the Arrowhead to the southern tip, are they the same in your community amongst Master Gardeners, et cetera? So I'd love to hear the differentiation amongst those communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucas. So my experience in this is people that have gone to the university, they have a like view of the reputation of the university. I'll give you an example. Last week, I was at the bowl game. You know, it was amazing to see the number of University of Minnesota graduates there that traveled to North Carolina for our coldest football game this year. And, you know, as I spoke to them and shared that I was running for the board, they're like, this is fantastic. You know, we need good people. The university has a lot to offer. How do we get more engaged? So when you're with alumni, there's definitely that feeling of the university has made a difference in their life and they want to know how they can contribute. When you go out state, I would say that's different. It's very different. I think the further away you get from the Twin Cities, the reputation is different. Rural communities have different needs, like I mentioned, than city. And have we listened? You know, as I went to Morris, as I went to Duluth, those campuses felt overlooked. I didn't have the opportunity to go to Crookston. I did watch the sessions, but they do feel that. Now, the extension school, I believe, has an opportunity to help us with that. And I did notice that through the Master Gardener program, that I took the program in the county in which I live, which is Anoka, but I interacted in a seed trial for the Arboretum with Master Gardeners in Ely, Minnesota, that were trying to grow something the same as somebody down in Olmsted County. That's nearly impossible. Those are different growth stages. But we had a connection. We had that mutual connection. And I think that's actually where we have an opportunity to lean in more to the extension schools and help our students understand that they have an option. It's not just the University of Minnesota Twin Cities. We have other places for them to be. And those other places don't include Iowa State or North Dakota State, right? We know that we've got kids on those borders that are going in different areas. I think we can engage and improve our reputation and share what we have to offer as a system.
Thank you. Cal has another question.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. So I think one of the themes that I've sort of picked up on a little bit over the past few questions, I can't remember who all asked them and all that. But I think something I've really been hearing a lot is kind of a recurring theme is sort of increasing, you know, universities' connections to industry and potentially even like retooling the curriculum somewhat to fit a little bit more with industry's expectations. I mean, as somebody who is a relatively recent graduate who has known a lot of recent graduates who have really struggled to find jobs, that is something I'm kind of curious and thoughtful about. But I also know that there has been some resistance to a lot of the types of changes that have been proposed in the past for the curriculum. And I think that kind of brings me to a question that is much broader than that, which is academic freedom and how your sort of thoughts on curricular changes and overall, more broadly, the university itself, how all of these things kind of interact and essentially what your thoughts are on this important
Thank you,
topic.
Cal. We need academic freedom, and we need that because we need our students to be able to think independently and have critical thinking skills. And it's with academic freedom, I'll go back to creating that psychologically safe space. If we have that, we can have the freedom to discuss and debate and bring forward what's most important for curriculum, for our students, for research, for the future of the University of Minnesota. So academic freedom absolutely has a place and we need it.
Thank you. Steve has a question for you.
Madam Chair, And one more question. In your application, you identified the most urgent current issue as the partnership between the U of M Health and the medical school. What do you see as the barriers to moving forward with that issue, and what role would you take as a region to facilitate that discussion to move that forward?
Thank you. I know that the President Cunningham has announced that she is hiring someone to work specifically on this objective. And so I know what I know from the newspapers and from watching the last Regent meeting. So I would have to get into it and dig into it and understand a little bit more. That's the engineering piece of me, is I do like to look what's underneath and see what she needs, see what she knows. She's a physician by trade. She was trained. She also practiced. And so I really think what's important is understanding what the goal is. What is it that we want to achieve? Is it owning our own teaching hospital? Is it being independent? I think those goals need to be set by the president, the Board of Regents, as myself. I would need to lean in and make sure that they were the right goals, that we're going in the right direction, that supports the University of Minnesota. Again, coming back to this is what we do for the university, and then helping her be successful through that process.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I think we have 3 more questions. Shivangi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Board of Regents carries a lot of different responsibilities in different entities with the educational system, economic and research development, to the state. And with that is a lot of time and energy and decision-making. Hypothetically, you get Regent. What do you think would be the most challenging issue as a Board of Regent? First part of my question. And then the second part of my question is, how do you think you as a Regent would be evaluated to ensure that you're meeting the goals that you set for yourself and then the overall board as well?
Thank you. So one thing that I have a hard time saying is no. And so one of the things I know going into being a Board of Regent would be really making sure that I'm managing my time appropriately, making sure that I am setting aside the time that's needed to be important to this and not taking on more activities than I should. As far as accountability, when I worked at Medtronic, we used to say, you get what you measure, right? You put goals in place and you make sure that you measure those goals. And if you're off course, you make a course correction. And so I would expect that as the president comes out with a new strategic plan that is developed alongside the regents, there would be metrics associated with that. And the Board of Regents should be held accountable to helping meet those metrics. And if the metrics aren't being met, why not? And what kind of course adjustment needs to be done in that space? As far as holding each other accountable on the Board of Regents, my experience on board governance has been where you see someone maybe not able to spend as much time as needed or not being able to fulfill their duties, you have conversations around that. That comes back to difficult conversations, being able to ask the hard questions. What do you need to be prepared for this meeting? How can I help? Or is there some other way that we can get to it? But we have to be willing as a Board of Regents to work as a team and do that heavy lifting together.
Thank you. And Matt has another question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. My colleague jogged my memory on something you said, Ms. Sheldon, in your opening remarks, NIL. Can you share thoughts and vision as a regent on that topic for us?
Absolutely. So NIL has really changed athletics, right? These students are being paid for their work and their energy. And we have to learn how to manage within that. Again, we come back to budgets. The budget doesn't necessarily get bigger. So we have to figure out how do we manage that. And again, partnerships. And I'll just throw something crazy out. You look at football, how much do the Vikings donate to the University of Minnesota Gophers? Have we ever asked them? Think of new funding streams. And so the NIL, it's another source of income that we need into the university to be able to pay those requirements. But have we looked at new funding methods like professional teams to help us achieve that?
Thank you. And I have one final comment question that I've been trying to ask of all of our applicants, and that has to do with time now and the amount of time committed. I understand that you're retired from Medtronic and serving with the Alumni Association. You understand that it's not just a handful of meetings a year, and it's a whole lot more than that. And as is the Board of Regents. I mean, I remind people that I don't think people who started as a regent knew that our president would resign and they'd have to do an interim search and then they'd have to do a permanent search in addition to the other responsibilities of the regents. So it is a very big time commitment, and I just want you to comment that and reassure us that you understand that.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, absolutely understand that. I am fortunate that I am retired. I do need to plan my time because I do have a cabin in Wisconsin and I do love going there and spending time. But what I like about the Board of Regents is that, their schedule is known, it's public. There's pre-reads. I would be accountable for that. I look at the search committee. That was no small undertaking. I spent my holiday between Christmas and New Year's reviewing resumes of everybody that was applied for that job. So I take that very seriously. I love this university and I will be committed to doing what I need to do to show up and be the best regent possible.
Thank you. Wonderful to hear. And now the last few minutes are back to you for any concluding remarks.
All right, thank you. So this has been fantastic. I really want to thank all of you for your thoughtful questions and what felt to me like a dialogue between all of us. I want to go back to those 40,000 stories that the Alumni Association captured. The university has a story to tell, and we need to share that story. And honestly, as a Board of Regent, I can't wait to be part of writing the next stories that are to come, because every year there are new ones, and I can't wait for what that future will hold. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Committee, we're adjourned until 11 o'clock.
Anything else?
name is Mark Farrell, and I'm our chairman is also. So, vice chair, the rest of the committee. And if I remember to turn my mic on, maybe then. So, welcome. For about the next 45 minutes, we will first invite you to do 3 to 5 minutes introduction. We have your application, we have your references, and we have what you just provided us, but in your own words, to just tell us a little bit more about yourself or reiterate what we've already have seen about. And then we will open the floor to questions. And then towards the end of our conversation, we'll give the floor back to you for another couple minutes for your sort of summary comments and anything else you'd like to say to us. So with that, the floor is yours. Welcome.
Well, thank you very much. So vice chairs and council, I want to start by saying thank you for having me here today. You know, I did some research on all of you. I know you have some very incredible backgrounds, and so I just feel really honored to be able to be with you. And thank you for doing this work to move the best candidates forward. You know, I was reminded as I was sitting out in the hallway that I sit through multiple days of multiple interviews in a row sometimes as I'm facilitating, and that can be a long day. So thank you. Thank you for that. I will share a little bit with you this morning that I didn't include in my application materials or in the one pager that I just handed out. And that's going to be a little bit with you about my background, my personal background, my professional background, and just really why I would be honored to be a regent for the University of Minnesota. So my name again, Dr. Jenna Mitchler, and I'm saying I really believe in the power of higher education. And I want to give a couple of examples to you about why I believe in the power of higher education. I'm going to start with just sharing with you that my background, my father was a mill worker for most of his life. Part of the union, he valued curiosity, does still value curiosity and lifelong learning. In fact, he after he retired, he went on to get a pilot's license, and now he flies an ultralight plane. It's just an example of how he wants to be a lifelong learner himself. My mother, she attended university when my sister and I were in middle school and high school. And so my memories of growing up, especially, you know, my later adolescence where we'd come home from school, my mom would get home from work, often late. She'd unpack all of her books and materials on the table, and she would be studying and writing papers long into the evening. And so, you know, I saw her work really hard to get her bachelor's degree, associate's degree, and then bachelor's degree. And I saw the impact that it had on our family. We were a very blue collar, middle class working family, and her degrees helped her get more advanced jobs and helped our family then have more financial stability. So I really believe in the power of education and higher education because I've seen it work. My own educational pathway started in Wisconsin at the University of Wisconsin-Stevens Point. I then came to Minnesota after spending a couple of years overseas to do a PhD program at the University of Minnesota. And since that, I've always really wanted to give back to the university. I felt like I got a lot from my experience there. So I joined the alumni board for the College of Education and Human Development. I've served as the vice chair and or vice president rather, and the president for that board. I'll be rolling off this year. And then in my professional role right now, I serve as the assistant superintendent for Bloomington Public Schools. So I supervise all of our principals, our director of educational equity, our director of community education. And I bring to this work a background and knowledge about design thinking and humanistic design, which I know is something President Cunningham has talked about before and excites me. So this idea of going out into the community, empathizing with the community, finding out what your stakeholders or primary clients rather really need and want, and then working hard to develop that for them. I really am a strong, I would say, relationship builder. I believe in the power of empathy, which is part of that design thinking process. And I also know, I will just add that relationships aren't always easy to develop and to build. And I know that especially working across difference, which happens a lot now, can be a challenge. I am lucky to be a part of a biracial family where we talk about difference at our kitchen table and the way we experience life differently through our identities and our lived experiences. So I'll share that with you, and I'll conclude by saying that I'm really honored to bring those values I just shared here to share with you, which is curiosity, lifelong learning, working across difference. And I look forward to the questions you have for me today.
Thank you. And the privilege of the first question is mine, and I will ask you to expound on your application responses regarding some of the most significant factors, significant challenges, opportunities, or threats to the University of Minnesota, our land-grant institution, over the next 5 to 10 years, and how your experience and knowledge can help address those things.
It's a great question. So in my materials, I know I mentioned a couple of things under potential challenges. I think access is one of the big ones. And when we talk about a land grant university, it really is important that we're making sure that the education is available and accessible to Minnesotans and to people outside of Minnesota, but to those in our community. So I see that as being one of the biggest challenges. I mentioned a little bit about my background. My family, didn't have a lot of money. My parents weren't able to pay for my whole undergraduate degree, and then I paid for my own graduate degree. So I know that that can be a real challenge for families, and I experienced it firsthand. Certainly people had more challenges than me and do have more challenges than me. So I think that's one of the things that the University of Minnesota faces now and will continue to face. And I'll just add even loans. Loans can be debilitating. I had loans myself, and it can be a challenge. I think the other thing that's related to that would be retention. So, I was reading a little bit about the last annual performance and accountability report. I think was in some of the news articles from one of the Regent meetings in, I want to say November, December. And there was real celebration around the idea of bringing in lots of Minnesotans as students this year. I think the number was around 50,000. But really the retention is a piece that then needs to be the focus, I believe, is how do we help those students feel welcome, feel they belong, feel like the University of Minnesota, whichever of the 5 campuses they're on, is home, and that it's a place that they want to be. So that access, the retention, and then, I think about opportunities, right? Like the opportunities we have to share the story of the University of Minnesota. Serving on the alumni board, I've had the chance of hearing regular updates from folks in the College of Education about all the amazing work that's happening. In just preparing for today, I was learning about how the University of Minnesota is breaking ground in tracking the bird flu outbreak and working on research around jet fuel that's sustainable. And so I get very excited about the things that the university is doing. And I think it's just so important for us to be able to tell that story. And that's a good opportunity for us moving forward.
Steve, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, thank you, Jenna, for your interest today. And my question is, anybody who's had a governance role or a management role over a number of years has had a number of personal successes and failures. Could you talk about a recent experience that you would have taken a different course of action on in hindsight?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I will share just a little bit too as a foundation to this question around my experience with governance and management. So right now, working in Bloomington Public Schools, I work very closely with our school board and oversee a majority of the policies that we have in the school district. And I would say, there's one of the first things that comes to mind in terms of challenges around governance that I've experienced was when you bring a group of people together, it can be difficult to come to consensus and agree on how to move forward with something. The example I'm thinking of was a policy we were working on recently. This just happens to be our attendance policy. I know it's a big topic in K-12 education right now is student attendance. And we were talking about, do we want to have a policy that is punitive in nature for students and families who maybe are not attending as much as we'd like them to be? Or do we take more the route of support? And there were differing opinions on that. And so it really was about how do we, using our relationships and our ability to empathize with one another's individual experiences that we were bringing to that table, then work through that and decide what we were going to actually put into policy moving forward. And we ended up using the supportive approach with the acknowledgement that there are times where we need to report things to the state for safety reasons. And so it was, kind of holding two truths at once, two perceptions and experiences, and then bringing those together to create a product that we could all stand behind. Does that fully answer the question? Yeah, that's a really great question. I will share, I think, I mentioned the design thinking process, getting feedback, not even feedback, because it's more about starting with your primary clients to find out what it is they need and want, is just so important. And I think in what we did in this case is we started with a model policy instead of going to our primary clients, our students, our families, and saying, what do you need from this policy? And it was about partway through the process where I was working with some of the principals and they said, you know what, maybe we need to ask that question. And so we brought the policy back to the group, the committee, and we reworked it. So I think to your question, just keeping in mind that how necessary it is to go to the community and empathize and get to the real, define the real problem we're trying to solve first. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Mark has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Mitchell, for being with us here today. So with your experience in K through 12 education and the university, I'm sure you've observed similarities and differences between K through 12 education and higher education. Could you utilize that experience to support the board in dealing with the current set of challenges that we're facing in the university, and what do you think that looks like? What skills are those that you would apply?
Yeah, thank you for that question. That's a really good one. I, in preparing to be here with you all today, watched a few of the meetings from this past fall, and it was striking to me how similar they are to the K-12 board meetings that I've been a part of. And I think one of the things I really appreciate in general about governance boards is when there are multiple viewpoints at the table and folks feel they have the ability to share what questions they have, even if they're really tough questions, right? And so I've seen that at board meetings that I've personally been a part of. I've been in this position where I've been asked really difficult questions from board members, and I always appreciate it. And so I think there's similarities there, and that we would want the regents, and we would want any board that's a governing board to be able to ask those really tough questions. I'll give you an example of that as I'll give you an example that's probably specific to you, Mark, around safety, right? I know there's been a lot of conversation about safety over the months, years at the University of Minnesota. Same is the case in Bloomington Public Schools, my current context. We have real hard conversations about what does our risk assessment look like for our students when we know something's going on and we need to get to the bottom of what supports that student and family might need. What's too intrusive? What is our work as a K-12 school district? So I think just to reiterate and summarize, I see similarities in that I would want, in any case, no matter the board, that's a governing board, to be able to ask really tough questions so that they can get to the bottom of and really truly understand the topic in depth and use that information to then be able to make a decision.
Thank you. Kenny has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today, Jenna. My question goes back to your application. You mentioned legislative advocacy and doing that through the Alumni Association and Minnesota 201. Can you talk about how you could use that experience as a regent, and where do you think state funding right now should be directed within the University of Minnesota system?
Yeah, great questions. I just want to write the second half down so I can remember it. So I will share with you, I was talking to Sam a little bit out in the hallway. I have not been as involved with Minnesota 201 as I have been involved in the legislative work at the K-12 level. But I would say equally, I fundamentally believe in the importance of having our legislators support what's happening in education, in public education, making sure it's accessible, it's funded to an extent where it's well-resourced and we can provide really high quality education. As a part of one of the boards that I've served on, I rolled off this year the Minnesota Association of School Administrators. I was on the legislative and still continue to be on the legislative committee for that association. And so we do a lot of work to get groups of board members together. I've been here at the Capitol doing some meetings with our local legislators, just trying to really help tell the story of what we're doing and how we would use the funding, why the funding is needed, and what resources we need. Recognizing there's not unlimited funding, right, and unlimited resources. So I know those are all really tough decisions. K-12 education, we were really lucky, I think, the last time around to get a lot of really great funding, to get a lot of new funding. And so that's been awesome. We've been able to close the cross subsidy in special education, things like that, that we're just really grateful for. But, you know, I think the work just it's not done ever, because we have to keep telling that story and making sure that legislators, folks who are even our taxpayers, right, know what it is we're doing in terms of education and what we need in order to make it successful, help make our clients successful. Thanks.
Thank you. Cal has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So again, I think kind of touching a little bit on sort of this distinction, I think, between K-12 education and higher education. I think one of the big issues that's present in higher education that is not necessarily absent from K-12, but that it maybe rears its head a little bit less is the issue of academic freedom. And so I'm curious to hear a little bit about kind of your thoughts on this, perhaps your past interactions with this as a graduate student at the university, and sort of what your thoughts are on this important topic and what your kind of approach would be as a regent.
Yeah, thank you, Cal. So you mentioned the importance. I will just say right away, I believe academic freedom is really important. And I know the University of Minnesota has a policy about academic freedom. And, you know, one of the things I love about being either on a governance board or being in an administrative position is when there are really good policies that help guide the work that we do. And so that was, when I looked at the policies, I was really grateful to see that that was one that is listed. You know, you mentioned my graduate work. I really think that when we want to do research, we need people who are able to do critical thinking and need the space to be able to do that thinking in new and interesting and innovative ways. And so to try to create guide rails around that would potentially stifle some of the work that could be done. And so I believe it's just really important. I'll also share, along the lines of doing research and where that can lead us, the importance of it. I was fortunate enough this morning to be at the policy breakfast at the university, and I saw President Cunningham speak, and she was talking about the importance of doing research in order to collect data, gather information, and then use that data and information to inform the policy that gets created. And so, that I think is just a really good formula, or I guess timeline, to think about the way that we need to continue to prioritize research and therefore academic freedom in order for us to be doing that research well. Thanks.
And Quentin has a question, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Mishler, for being here and for your interest in being a regent. My question stems around retaining our students at the University of Minnesota, but also your thoughts and opinions on if there are ways and/or ideas that you might elevate in terms of that educational pipeline and retention of those who are here in the state of Minnesota, to see the University of Minnesota as an opportunity at the earliest ages of their education for families and scholars. And so what are your ideas or incentives that you might elevate or bring to the table to help our state with that?
Yeah, thank you for that question, Quentin. Two things I think of right away. The first one is in terms of retention in general, the importance of just belonging and feeling like you belong somewhere. And I will say, when I first applied to the University of Minnesota for the PhD program, I was underconfident. I felt like I didn't belong there, but it was because someone reached out to me, a professor that was from a similar part of the state of Wisconsin where I was from, reached out to me and said, you should do this. We need you to apply and to be here. And so helping people feel like they belong and there's a spot, there's a space for them at the university is I think really important. I'm sorry, I just need to remember what you were mentioning. The second part of your question was about retention, but specifically K-12. So some of the things I think about with regard to K-12, we have a set of data. This is kind of a very specific example for you, but we have a set of data. It's called SLEDs. It's a longitudinal data that shows us post-graduation, 6 years and more, where do students end up? So what degrees did they attain? What jobs? How much are they making in those jobs? And I think we could do a lot more and this is K-12 through higher education, publicize what it looks like for someone, an adult, to get a degree and then what they end up making years and years down the road. I think I see a lot of students, especially in K-12, who are enticed by the idea of perhaps a 2-year college or not going to college and entering the workforce. And that's totally right for some people. But they want to make money right away and perhaps aren't fully informed about how much money they could be making 10 years, 15 years down the road if they were to get a degree from a university. And so I think one of the things we could do is probably a better job of using that data. And I'll just go back again to say, tell a story, right? To tell the story of here's what's possible if you ended up going to the university. Yeah.
Thank you. Ed, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Mitchell, thank you for applying. Thank you for being here today and having a conversation with us. I also want to thank you for the work that you do in E through 12. It's certainly a difficult task. Yes, there's been some great surpluses these last few years and certainly has helped our E12 education. My question more so is aimed at the 28,000 employees that work at the University of Minnesota. You have employees that do obviously faculty, maintenance, food service, and many other workers that I believe play a significant role in the success of the students that attend there. As a student, what role do you believe workers at the U of M contributed to your success? And if there's one that sticks out to you, you can kind of give us an idea who that would be. And if they were here right now, what would you say to them?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The first story that comes to mind for me is when I was in Pike Hall and I left my wallet in the bathroom. I think I just went in and set it down on the counter and walked out and left, drove home. And I thought, oh my gosh, I left my wallet. And I came back to Pike, it wasn't there. But somebody in the hallway, one of our administrative assistants was there and said, I found this wallet. Can this be yours? Is this what you're looking for? And I think, that example really is that family feel I was mentioning before, that sense of belonging, right? Helping students, many of them who are leaving their families, perhaps if they're undergraduate for the first time, to come to a new place, feel like they're a part of that place and they're going to be taken care of. And so that's the first example that comes to mind for me. I think of so many other examples. One that stands out as well is I had a professor, this is sort of a funny story, but when I was admitted, I mentioned to you, I didn't know a whole lot about what I was doing in graduate school. And so my signature line on my email, right when I got the acceptance letter, I said, PhD candidate. And she took me out to lunch and she said, you know what, you're actually not a candidate until you're defending your defense. I said, oh, I thought I was a candidate because I was admitted. So, that was just another example of that kindness and that warmth I was shown of like, you don't have to be embarrassed that you don't know what you're doing. But you're a part of this family now and we want you here. I don't know that that's always the case for everyone. And so, when we talk about what we can do to retain students more, I think leaning into that is one thing we can definitely consider.
Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Rarick, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I usually ask a question in regards to being willing to ask tough questions to prove out proposals. You've already addressed that. So I'm going to go down a little different avenue. You talked about, already having dealt with the legislature through K through 12 issues. One of the things that happens with the university a lot of times is the university was established before Minnesota became a state. And so there are folks who say there is an autonomy to the U of M, yet they're coming looking for public funds to help pay for things. How will you deal with that balance where the U is autonomous on a level, but also asking for public funds from the legislature to help pay for operations?
Yeah, thanks for the question. Makes me think about how interconnected we all are, right? And when I think about what I want for the future of Minnesota, for the next generation, I want us to have innovators, researchers, leaders who are going to move us into the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years, 200 years in a direction that's positive, right? And so when I think about the interconnectedness of community, and thinking about, it's not just an isolated space, the university, right? It's what happens at the university, the output of the university ends up impacting all of us in our society now and in the future. And so I would just, I would say it really boils down to interconnectedness and just remembering how interconnected we are.
Thank you. And Lucas, you have a question for her.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Mitchler. I was struck looking at your resume of similarities of you managing multiple campuses and the partnerships that you probably get involved with in a city like Bloomington. And as we've talked, and I'd appreciate your perspective, but many of the discussions we've had of the biggest problems that the university faces are with partnerships with either for-profit or nonprofit. It seems to me in the K-12 space that we really avoid or stay away from a lot of those partnerships. But as I look, I know you're dealing with nurses and gymnasiums and libraries that I'm sure between Hennepin County and other stakeholders in your area could serve that for the school if you so chose. So curious if you've run into situations where there's for-profit or nonprofit partners that could take over school work in your current role and how you assess that. And if you were selected as a regent, how you would see that differently, where the university, it seems to at times go much more into for-profit situations or for-profit partnerships. And so compare and contrast maybe how you do that now and what you would see the role as the mission with the University of Minnesota Board of Regents. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So, I go back to that idea of design thinking and the idea that we want to start with empathy for our primary clients, right? What is it they need? And what problems do we have to solve? And I think a part of that is identifying gaps. So I'll give you an example is within my current context, we identified there was a gap in terms of mental health support. So we have social workers, we have psychologists, these are on-staff folks who are able to support students. But we had a gap in that we don't have licensed therapists who are available to work with some of our students who need that service. So we looked out to see who could we partner with to fill that gap. So that's just one example. And I think at the root of that question is identifying the gaps, and then where others are doing it really well, where we wouldn't want to reinvent the wheel, right? Like where can we partner, to reuse your word, where can we really collaborate with someone who's doing something that's making a huge difference? Perhaps they've been doing it for years and years and it's research-based and we've seen the positive impact it's had. How can we bring that in and work more closely together? So that's one example I think of right away. Not necessarily a public or nonprofit partnership, but the University of Minnesota has been a huge partner to us, and I know to many K-12 school districts. And so that's something that I would really hope to continue, because I think when you talk about the pipeline into the university, that's really where it can start. There's also some really great opportunities around grants, for example. And so I think looking to grants has been helpful for us, partnering with the university around Grow Your Own, for example, and other things like that.
Thank you. And Richard, you had a question.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Dr. Mishler, for being here today and taking your time. This is maybe a simple question. I'm a simple guy. And you're the only PhD in curriculum and instruction that I think I've ever met. So thank you for that. And I hear academic freedom all the time. I hear the words. And I've tried to figure out exactly what that is. Could you please explain to me in simple terms what that means? Thank you.
Yeah, so when I think about academic freedom, I think about students having the right to say what they're thinking, explore what they're thinking, of course, in ways that aren't hurting other people or other things, but being able to explore without guide rails. Now, I also know, working in an organization where we have staff members who are paid by our organization, that there are sometimes constraints around what staff members can say and do on behalf of the organization itself. But being able to have that freedom to, as I said, explore and share.
Absolutely.
So my question would be, who sets the rules for the freedom of how the rules are going to be set? How does that work? Because I heard what you said. I'm just trying to understand what, if I say something in a meeting, who determines if that's infringing on someone's freedom or not? Can you maybe explain that to me?
Yeah.
Because I hear it on the high school level and at the university level. And I'm trying to understand who makes the guardrails? What do they look like? How do they come to being? So when someone says to me, do you agree with, academic freedom, I can answer the question in an intelligent manner, which today I couldn't. So I'm just looking for a little help. Thank you.
Yeah. I think there's two parts to the way I would respond to that. First is probably the more like logistical response, which is I always look to policy, right? And as a governing board, the regent's role in part is to develop that policy and set what that policy says. Often, in my current context, when I'm dealing with a situation, if I identify that there's not policy language that clearly tells us what to do, perhaps what you're pointing to, then usually it's necessary to create that policy language, because it can't be just one person saying, this is what I believe, and so this is what the organization's going to do. It has to be, it has to come from policy that's created through collaboration and consensus. So that's the first part that I think is really important. And then the second way I would answer to that question is that, I mentioned before about difference and communicating across difference, working across difference. Empathy is so important. And so I just find on a personal basis, when I'm having an interaction with other people and I don't perhaps know how they're perceiving what I'm saying, or I'm maybe misperceiving what they're saying, having conversation in order to get to the bottom of what really is being communicated and empathize so that we can better understand one another. So I know that's not probably really answering your question the most direct way. I think the first answer is probably the one that I would use in terms of being a regent. Yeah, thanks.
And Quentin, a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Obviously, Dr. Mishler, this role as regent is, governing, right, governance board. But just putting on your operational hat, if you were president of the university and you knew you could undertake any initiative and succeed, what initiative would you undertake and why?
Yeah, thank you. Great question. I'll just reflect a little on my own personal experience, which now was a couple of years ago. I finished my PhD work in 2015. I felt like as a graduate student, so I don't want to speak for undergraduate students, but I didn't necessarily feel like I was heard all of the time. And so I think, listening to our students would be something that I would want to center. And I would hope that that President Cunningham is centering, is just what is it that our students need and want. I'll just also share personally, when I graduated with my PhD, I assumed I had to go into academia. I didn't realize that you could go into the practical field of working in your area of study. And so, if I would have, I think if my concerns or my interests would have been a little bit more heard while I was in graduate school, I think more doors would have been open to me in terms of what's possible. And so that would be what I would hope for, is student voice and openings for student voice.
Thank you. And Bill has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Ms. Mitchell, for being here. Councilmember Moore stole my question, but as long as I have the mic, I'm going to use it.
Turn your mic on.
Yeah, it is on. Yep.
Didn't sound like.
What, please tell us what the greatest piece of either personal or professional advice you have ever received, and how would you plan on using that in the capacity of being a regent?
Thank you. A piece of advice I've heard that I often think about and don't follow all of the time is if you're extended an invitation, take it. And I'll just say, even for being here with you all today, somebody encouraged me to apply. And I thought, I don't know if I'm the right person for that. But then I stepped into it and I said, I will, because it's an invitation to do something that I feel very strongly about and I have a lot of passion for. So I did it. And I think in terms of using that advice as a member of a governing board, as a regent, I think of it more in terms of an invitation to learn and understand, to get to know a topic or a challenge, an issue more deeply. I would imagine there's a lot of, and I know firsthand, there's a lot of preparation that leads up to a governance meeting, right? A lot of reading materials you need to go through and just trying to strengthen your knowledge as a member of a governance board before you sit at that table and make decisions on resolutions. And so I think about it in terms of an invitation to learn and be curious and listen.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And Matt, you have a question.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Dr. Mitchell, for your information. Would appreciate hearing your thoughts and vision on your role as a regent when it comes to risk management and campus public safety. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that question. I have heard, as I mentioned before, around safety, that there's been a lot of work that's been done in terms of bolstering some of the things on campus we already had. I believe chauffeurs was something that already existed. And so bringing that into a little bit more prevalence. I know there were some things that were done with the residence halls in order to create more just entrance and exit safety type things like that. And really, when I think about that, and I was reading about the work that's been done, I think it was through a committee who, used a similar process to what I mentioned before, where it's about hearing where there's challenges from the clients, from the students who are, in our spaces, and then trying to find some ways to solve problems that exist. I will also say, I know safety it's about partnership, and we talked about partnership before, right? And so the University of Minnesota, 5 campuses, there is safety and security that is associated with those campuses, but they're embedded, especially the Twin Cities, is embedded within a wider community, right? And so I think it's really important for partnerships to exist between the local law enforcement and the university in order to create the safest spaces possible. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. And Shivanji, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your one pager, you highlight that some of your achievements revolve around supervising 15 principals in the Bloomington Public Schools, managing a very large budget. How do you think, in terms of the University of Minnesota, the different entities and responsibilities, campuses, colleges, how would you go about allocating resources in terms of prioritizing what college or campus or entity needs what, and how would you essentially translate your experience from the K through 12 sector of things into a larger college-based, state-based organization?
Thank you. I think as a governance board, a lot of what you do is often rely on administration to come and share with you what the needs are, and sort of create a picture for you. But it's also important as a governance board and as a member of a governance board to get out and see it for yourself as well, right? And so you mentioned that I work with a lot of buildings, a lot of leaders of buildings. My aim right now is to be in every one of those buildings at least every 3 weeks, sometimes more, to just be with the leader of that space and hear from them. What is it you need, and what resources do we need to allocate? And, you know, as I said before, there are limited resources. We don't have endless opportunities for, you know, meeting all of the needs that exist. But being with people and hearing what those needs are is really important. I also think, you know, it's as I shared with you, I came from a policy breakfast this morning. We were talking about mental health, and those needs are different in greater Minnesota versus in the more urban center like the Twin Cities area. And so, you know, assumptions are important to recognize. You can't just make an assumption and think you know what another campus or community might need without hearing from those who know most about what's needed and then perhaps seeing it for yourself.
Thank you. I have one last question or comment, and then we'll give the floor back to you. And it's something that I'm talking to all the candidates about, and that's the time management of the responsibility of the Board of Regents. I understand you're a professional and accomplished one, and you would manage your, you know, that's to you to manage your time. However, depending on who you've asked the question of, you've maybe gotten different estimations of the amount of time necessary to be a Board of Regent. And I think it's very hard to estimate. I give the example that our current Board of Regents had to deal with a president resigning, a search interim, and a full-time search, in addition to everything else they had to do. I see that you're at Bloomington Public Schools, you're a professor at St. Mary's, and you're on 3 governing boards right now. That's a lot. And just your comment on sort of understanding that the Board of Regents is an important and very time-consuming responsibility.
I think governance for a large university system is probably one of the most important things that this state can focus on. When we think about, as I mentioned before, just the future and the innovators, the researchers, the leaders that are being developed and supported at the university, this is really the work. This is the most important work that needs to happen. So it would get the time and attention it needs. I had the fortunate opportunity to meet with Regent Tao Urabe before applying, and she, you know, she helped me understand that it could be perhaps sometimes 40 hours a month in terms of preparation. And that, to your point, is, you know, there are I'm sure months where it's more than that, and months when it's perhaps even less than that. She talked to me about the travel and how many clothes in her closet were maroon and gold, right? So I have an understanding of what the commitment is, and I believe it's so incredibly important.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to return the floor to you to give us any closing comments you'd like to. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, so your questions were very thorough, and I don't feel like I have a whole lot more that I would share with you necessarily, especially since I just had this last opportunity to share with you how important I feel like this position would be. So, you know, I think I will just say, I reiterate to you again, you know, I've had the experience with governance. I am sitting in a position professionally where I am in management. And so I know the importance of those 2 roles, and that it's important to clarify and have distinct differences between those roles. So I just feel very fortunate to be here with you today. And I would just thank you again. Thanks. Yep.
We're back at 1 o'clock.
I'm ready when you are.
We're starting.
All right.
So welcome.
Thank you.
As a reminder, the next 45 minutes or so, what we will do as we get to know you, we'll ask you to give us the first maybe 5 minutes to introduce yourself. We have what you just gave us today, and we've all had the chance to review your application and your references. So we already know a little bit about you, but it's our chance to hear directly from you a little bit about yourself and your application as a University of Minnesota Regent. Then we will open it up to questions from the committee, and then we will go back to give you the floor for maybe the last 3 or 4 minutes where you can do your summarization and tell us,
Sure.
have the final words.
All right.
So with that, welcome. Thank you for joining us today, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, Barb. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I want to thank you all first of all, for taking the time this afternoon with me. And I want to thank you all for the time you put into this whole process. This is a big process, and I really appreciate that. My name is Scott Wallace, and I'm seeking your support as my candidacy for Regent. I'm seeking a seat on the Board of Regents to continue to give back to the University of Minnesota, which has given me so much personally and professionally. Since the day I graduated, I've had the opportunity to work and develop my career in the areas of finance and accounting and business consulting with some of the leading companies across the country. During my career, as I build a strong base of accounting and finance, and in my current role as CFO of Dedicated Financial, I'm responsible for the overall accounting and finance operations of the company, as well as the overall financial health of that company. In addition, I serve as a member of the operating committee, and I advise both the CEO and owner, as well as the other leaders of the company. I recently decided to start a transition out of my full-time role as CFO and move towards a retirement mode where I'd have more time to do other things like give back to the University of Minnesota. But the most significant experience I've gained during my career was as a managing director of Deloitte Consulting. I spent the majority of my career there, where I was a leader in the financial planning, process improvement, strategic planning, and execution practices. During my time at Deloitte Consulting, I worked in a number of different industries, including consumer products, manufacturing, financial services, and public sector, to name a few. I was responsible for helping businesses leaders improve their most critical processes through a combination of process redesign and business software technology implementation. It is a combination of my accounting and finance, business leadership, and business consulting that I believe really sets me up to be an effective Regent. In the area of governance, I have nearly 8 years of governance experience in my time on the University of Minnesota Alumni Association Board of Directors. During that time, I served as a board director, a finance chair, a secretary, the treasurer, and I had the honor of being the 85th board chair. I currently serve on the board of directors of the University Gateway Corporation, which oversees the operations and financials of the McNamara Alumni Center, as well as other projects in and around campus. During my tenure on the UMA board, 3 things stand out to me as good examples of actions and responsibilities that should be expected of a board member. First, I led the Revenue Growth Task Force, which had the objective of finding new revenue sources to fund the UMA since there was a decline in university funding. The second example is I was asked and led an investigation into a claim filed with the state of Minnesota by a former board member on improper board procedures. It was very interesting because I'd never been involved in anything like that, but we also found how strong our board procedures and processes were and how well documented they were. And third, I led the creation of the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee for the UMA, and I was able to chair it during its inaugural year. Quite an experience, and it's still a standing committee of the UMA. The reason I bring those up is that I believe any board member of any organization has to be willing not to just be a board member, but also to spend the time and take the extra effort to be on standing committees, and really important to be on the special committees, because that's usually they're formed when some critical issue is at stake in the organization and they want some additional guidance and governance, and to be able to tap into the experience of their board. Personally, I've been married to my wife, Kathy, for over 50 years. I have 3 children, Joe, Jana, and Carrie, all graduates of the University of Minnesota. I have 2 grandchildren who live in Des Moines, Iowa,
and I have made them promise they will never be Hawkeyes. I'm a volunteer food packer at Feed My Starving Children and serve on the advisory council for the Minnesota region. I'm a veteran of the United States Air Force, serving from 72 to 76. And I'm a survivor of the 9/11 2001 World Trade Center attack, where I was in the North Tower on the 63rd floor. In conclusion, I believe that to be an effective regent, you need to draw on all of your experiences, including leadership, problem solving, big picture thinking, and ability to work with others in order to provide the kind of guidance that you need and the governance you need for the university's president and her team. I think my experience brings me to that. I think that brings me to the level of experience needed to be a regent at the University of Minnesota. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. I pause when you say 9/11 survivor.
Well, I was very fortunate and very lucky, and I'm glad I'm here today. So.
Yeah, as are we. So I have the privilege of asking the first question.
Okay.
And I will ask you to please expound on your application's response regarding the most significant challenges, opportunities, or threats that the University of Minnesota, our land-grant institution, faces in the next 5 to 10 years. And tell us how your experience and knowledge will help address any of those concerns.
I think that my experience, first of all, I have a very strong finance and business consulting experience background, which allows me to take problems and really understand and make them simple so that we can get solutions that we need. And I kind of take that address in all the work that I do currently. As I said, I'm still a CFO because I didn't believe in retirement, so I kept working. But I'm moving towards that. I think the biggest challenges, as I pointed out in my application, one is the infrastructure in the university, unlike indifferent than any other organization, whether a city, county, state, has an infrastructure problem. It's old and it's decaying and it needs a lot of money to keep up. I know that the university submits in their annual budget, usually a fair amount for taking care of that infrastructure and trying to get it back into the state it needs to be in. I think that's one of the most critical issues facing the university right now because of the funding shortage and the fact that it doesn't slow down. The infrastructure continues to get older, and we need to be able to address it in some way. I kind of referenced in my application that if you look at the university as a whole and you think of the academic power that we have there and the people that we have at our disposal, I mentioned the Revenue Growth Task Force. It kind of, when I was doing the application, kind of fed all together because the questions overlap. But why couldn't we look at opportunities for generating our own revenue as a university? It's been proven, and it will continue to be an issue, that funding from state governments for institutions of higher education has continued to decline over the last couple of decades, and I don't think it's going to stop anytime soon. There was a study that when I was at Deloitte called Red Ink Rising that came out in 2008, and it was about the public sector, and it was saying they're at odds. More funding is needed for everything, and yet tax dollars, nobody wants to raise taxes, so there's this dilemma going on, and I think that's one of the reasons that the funding has gone down. So how do we generate our own funds? I don't have an answer. I know that there's a organization at the U that tries to monetize inventions and patents and different things, but are we doing enough? Could we generate more revenue as an organization to try to start to address some of our own infrastructure costs that need to be taken care of?
Thank you. Steve, question.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, thank you very much for being here. Anybody with years and years of governance experience has likely had personal failures and successes. Could you describe a recent governance experience where you would have done things differently in hindsight?
That's a really good question. It's kind of like a job interview. And there's always something that you can do better. I can't think of an example where I felt we failed in board governance. I felt there was areas where we maybe could have done more. The instance that I point out about the board processes being challenged. we were really concerned about that we didn't do enough. But after we did the investigation, we got some great outside parties to join our team. We had a couple of board members. We had the vice president of compliance from the university. I asked him to join because that's what he does. He oversees those kind of things. I don't know that we did enough afterwards to go through all of the processes that we had to really shore them up to make sure everything was well. As we pretty much stopped when we knew we were pretty on solid ground with the complaint. We were able to respond to the state, be able to get that taken care of. But I think we could have done more as far as expanding our reach and making sure everything was as tight as it could be.
Thank you. Mark has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for being here today, Scott. With your vast experiences and varied experiences between your service and your work at Deloitte, one of the challenges the University of Minnesota is facing is what are we going to do with our medical program, our medical school, and our healthcare system? You just mentioned revenue opportunities for the university. Do you see an opportunity for us to take a deficit, financial deficit with the medical school and maybe work a path towards revenue generation?
That's a really good question, Mark. And I followed that issue and what's going on and the whole change in approach and the new hospital that's been proposed and considering the funding shortages, how are we going to get there? I think there is an opportunity in healthcare to generate more revenue. When I was at Deloitte, I did a project for a medical group, and they had a CAT scan machine, and they had several, and it was very expensive, and they were in the red most of the time, but they offered a very vital service to the hospital that they supported. We did I'll call it an activity-based costing study there and found that when you really understood the true costs, they could change their pricing structure and still deliver for the public that had the need for these machines. They could still deliver the service at a reasonable cost, but make more money. They didn't even understand, I'm going to say docs, and I don't mean to, if any of you are doctors, I don't mean to make it a disparaging remarks. They're not good business people. They are all about the service they provide and taking care of their patients. And like most of us, if you've been in a hospital or have a doc, you want them to be that way. You want them to be very concerned about your health, but at the same time, they're not good at the business side. So many times I think we could understand the true cost of all the operations or different departments at the medical school and possibly raise rates in a way that would generate more revenue while still providing service at a reasonable cost. So I think there is a challenge there because most docs think you're taking away their ability to deliver service if you're looking at the business side. But I think that it's long overdue that we do that for medical. And I think there is an opportunity with all the needs coming out of the university medical program and what they want to do there.
Thank you. Cal has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think we've talked a little bit so far about kind of the operational nuts and bolts side of things, finances, healthcare, et cetera. I want to pivot to something that's maybe a little bit more out of your kind of listed experience here and ask about academic freedom, kind of your thoughts on this, perhaps your past interactions with it, and essentially how you would engage with it as a potential member of the Board of Regents.
It's a good question, academic freedom. I guess I would ask for a little bit of clarification when you say that. What are you referring to specifically?
Sure, yeah. I can go into a little bit more detail about this. I think I suppose I'd like to draw the distinction, between academic freedom and sort of free speech and free expression, kind of dividing between the faculty and the student side. I mean, I would definitely like to hear about sort of the student experience aspect of that, but at least for now, I'm kind of asking more about it from faculty, academics, teaching, research aspect of it in particular, and more in that space.
Well, I think from what I understand about I'm not real deep on the academic freedom side. I can say that right now, but if you kind of related to the freedom of speech and what we allow at the university, or what's allowed at the university, I shouldn't say we, what's allowed at the university. I think there's a good process in place now to set guidelines. And the same thing with academic freedom, to set the guidelines necessary so that everybody operating in that environment has a good idea of how far they could push the boundaries without any consequence. And then what do they push to get consequences from it? Recent example is the whole stand or sit in at Morrill Hall and the issues that they had there. There was a process for that kind of protest, much like there's probably a process around academic freedom, how far they can go without bending the boundaries of what's acceptable by the university, by the state, by the constituents that are affected. I'm not saying that I know the answer to that. I don't. I think it will be a challenge always. I don't think times change and acceptable standards and acceptable distances change, and we have to be able to adapt to that. But that's about as much of an answer as I can give you on that.
Thank you. Lucas has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, my question's about the land grant mission and just how you interpret that when it comes to affordability and reaching our constituency across the state and maybe beyond.
It's a great question, and it hit near to my heart because when my kids were all in school there, I think we have a mission to educate those seeking a higher education in the state of Minnesota, especially for our residents. I think that is the mission of the Land Grant University, is to provide higher education for the residents of the state. There's always a tension between academic standards to get in and be part of it and those that don't meet those academic standards but are still potentially good students. I would use my daughter for an example. I won't name which one, but she wasn't a 35 on her ACTs. She wasn't going to meet that bar to get in the way that they were admitting. Late in the process, they did let her in. She ended up being an honor roll student, Dean's honor roll student. And so I don't think some of the things we were using in the past, or maybe continue to use, really met the objective of being a land grant and educating our people, the people within the state of Minnesota, and then making accommodations for those out of state, because we do have an international institution that draws talent from everywhere around the globe. And so we got to have a balance on how to manage that.
Thank you. Quentin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Scott, for being here, for your interest in serving as a regent. Your reference mentioned that sometimes your trust and positivity in others can be a blind spot. And my question centers around, in those situations where you do feel like you've been duped per se, or someone abuses your trust or is a conflict, how do you navigate those situations? How do you come to resolution? And just what's your mind state in terms of overcoming those kind of scenarios?
Very good question. I do have trust initially in everyone that I deal with. I think that as a professional, you learn that you've got to come to the table with the belief that people have the capability to do the function they've been asked to do or the role they've been asked to do. Once that trust is broken, you have that first discussion, you find out what happened, why there was an issue. You resolve it, maybe get some extra training for that person, maybe ask them to take on different responsibilities, those kind of things, because I think you've got to give them a couple shots you got to give people a couple shots at the opportunity. So I do go in with trust to initially. If it's broken, I try to fix it and with the person and make sure that the person has the right resources, tools, education, things that they need to function optimally in their role. And then we'll go again. And unless there's a second, maybe a third occurrence, then we're talking about you're probably not the right person for the right job.
Shivangi?
Thank you, Madam Chair. With the Board of Regents, there's a lot of entities involved, whether that's with the actual educational system, research and economic development, the actual, state involved. And with all of that in mind, of course, you have the time, energy, decision-making that goes into being a regent essentially. In hypothetically, you're a regent, what do you think will be the biggest challenge coming into that role?
The biggest challenge will be to be up on all of the issues that we're facing that we have to make decisions on. I'm more than willing, as I mentioned in my opening statement, to take on extra roles, to take on time on special committees or standing committees. I think it's a prioritization and a focus on the mission of what we're trying to accomplish, making sure we're read in, make sure that you understand the issue, make sure you're reaching out to the right people if you don't have an answer or you don't have the background on a particular issue. And that's where the biggest challenge is finding the time to make sure you're thoroughly investigating what's coming up on the agenda. You understand it. You can ask deep and thoughtful questions. Because if you go and you're not prepared, you're just going to listen to it go by. And I think that's the biggest thing that you could do wrong as a board member.
Thank you. I don't have someone on my, oh, Lucas, another question, please.
Hi again. We've talked a lot with previous candidates about the multiple campuses that the university serves and its presence in counties throughout the state. With your experience, and I don't know what it is or isn't, but with your experience with the Alumni Association and other experiences, are there things you see that you need to provide direction as the Board of Regents today in relationships, reputations, upgrades with any of the 5 major campuses or other areas, or are there things that you feel are detrimental right now to the success of those campuses?
I think that when I was on the UMA board during that time, I think the first effort really came about looking at it as a system-wide organization. The strategic plan that President Gable put together, that Dr. Cunningham has picked up, is more system-wide. There's feelers going out to all those campuses to be engaged. We're probably most engaged with the Rochester campus right now. We were as the UMA, but we're very engaged there. They're also the newest of the campuses. I think it's going to be an ongoing, not challenge, so to speak. I think there's a lot of positivity if we can unite these campuses at the right level. They still need to keep their own identities, their own adherence to their alumni, to their staff and their faculty. But at the system level, they face the same issues. They face funding issues, the same infrastructure issues. All of that's very similar, and there's got to be a more system-wide approach to those bigger problems because individually, we're not going to be able to solve them. So I think what I've saw over the last 7 or 8 years as a board member of UMA and the discussions going on, there is more collaboration going on between those campuses now. But it's difficult because everybody has a unique identity and ownership, and it's finding the right level to operate system-wide.
Thank you. And Shivanji, you had another question.
Yes, thank you. You have a wide variety of, I guess, governance experience, serving on the Alumni Association board, wide variety of industries that you've worked with in different companies. With the university having, again, multiple entities, different campuses, different colleges, how do you go about allocating resources to those campuses, to those colleges, and prioritizing the needs in mind with that?
Well, it kind of goes to Lucas's question regarding the system-wide, how do we make that work? I think we're still haven't figured out that formula. From my understanding, it hasn't changed in the last 2 years when I've been off the board at the UMA. There's not a central place where people come for resources. They're all independently going after them from the state. And I think that's the change that I see happening especially with President Gable's strategic agenda for, I think, one of the first times it included all the campuses, and getting the chancellors and the different people lined up together is still being developed. So I don't know that it's a matter of how do we divvy the resources. I don't think anybody's at the point where they believe there's a central pot of resources that can be divvied by anybody yet. I think they're still working independently, and we need to be able to figure that out.
Thank you. Kenny, a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Scott, thanks for being here today. I'd like to do a little hypothetical exercise. Let's say that you were elected to be a regent, you serve out your 6-year term. And looking back at that term, what do you hope that you would have accomplished? And what would your legacy have been as a regent?
It's not dissimilar to what I believe I did on the University of Minnesota Alumni Association Board. When I get done with the 6-year term, I would want to be able to stand up and say, I served diligently and well as a regent, in that I joined and did the time on standing committees, special committees especially, because those are usually critical issues that have popped up. And a lot of times, not that people are hesitant, but I'd be the first to say I want to be recognized as he was first to the party, and he was able to take on these tough challenges, brought his experience to bear on him, was able to bring solid advice, actionable advice to it, and not just attend meetings. I really think people look at me and say that I'm a good thinker. I give good advice. I can see the big picture easily, and like I said, simplify the solution so that people can take action and understand it. So if I go away from being a regent and people say that he was very effective and that's why, that'd be a good legacy. That'd be a great legacy.
Thank you. Matt, you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Wallace, for your application. Curious to hear your thoughts and visions in the role of regents related to athletics and NIL going forward.
Well, I have a lot of thoughts on athletics and NIL, but not as a regent. I think it's not a role for the Board of Regents to publicly talk about athletics and what our positions are on anything. We're there to give governance and advice to the president and her team. And if the athletic director on her team were to ask us for help or advice or guidance, we'd be able to provide it. But I don't think as an individual regent, we should be, be taking that on as a personal thing to go after. I'm a big fan. I'm a season ticket holder and all that, but I think it's different than being a regent. Did that answer your question? I'm not sure what you were going for. Okay, all right.
Thank you. Cal, another question, please.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. So I think we've talked a little bit about the various kind of system campuses and about like the role that the university should play in interacting with students from across the state in particular, as well as potentially, meeting obligations potentially to students from out of state or even out of the country who are interested and who want a good education from the University of Minnesota. Based on all that, I'm kind of curious to know your thoughts on kind of the role that the university might play in relation to the Minnesota state system and kind of how the two compare, contrast, and maybe complement each other.
It's another interesting question. You guys ask great questions. I think that's been a contentious relationship for a while because of the funding. I know a couple of the budget battles were that the Minnesota state system got funding, the university didn't get as much, the university system didn't get as much. People are very definitely one side or the other in some cases, and I don't think it's an either or. I think we're here to educate the young people and whoever in the state of Minnesota with a great system under Minnesota State and a great system under the university. I don't know how we would overcome that, but I think that it gets in the way of what the mission is of both organizations if they could solidify the funding and how that's done versus always being at odds with one another.
Thank you. And Richard has a question for us.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Wallace, for being here today. I heard a couple of things. I had a question and a couple more. So Kenny alluded to what would your legacy be after the end of 6 years? You said that you would be solving problems and you'd be known for taking the action. I'd like to know what those two biggest problems are that you're going to solve or that you see going in that need to be taken care of immediately on the 911 call. Thank you.
Yeah, no, that's good. I think the biggest one is how do we solve the infrastructure issue, which is combined with the funding issue? How do we keep that university a vibrant, current, up-to-date organization. I do think there's also the one with what do we do at the medical school, the medical program and the hospital that's been requested and all of the things that have come forward to the state. Those are pretty big challenges. The biggest issue with both are funding. And how do we address that? And what do we do? Do we look for opportunities to self-fund? Are there opportunities that could generate significant revenue? I don't know the answer, but I know that from experience being on the UMA board, we went into that thinking small and we came out big. One of those is still in process, which is the alumni housing project that we probably will come to fruition sometime in the next couple of years. We went into that thinking, well, how do we get 10,000 here and 50,000 there, and came out with $1 million idea. So I think there's untapped potential. I don't know what it is specifically, but if we can solve some of the funding issue, the other two will be positively impacted.
Would that mean funding's your number one challenge? Is that what I'm hearing?
I would think so. Yeah,
Thank you.
I'd be okay with that.
Thank you. And Ed?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wallace, quick question. What do you believe your role would be when it comes to engaging in stakeholders, specifically students and workers at the U?
Say that again. I didn't quite hear you, Ed.
What do you believe your role would be when it comes to engaging with students and workers at the University of Minnesota?
Well, I think the role is if there was an issue brought forward to the regents, we would need to address it, whether it's coming from the workers and or coming from the students. Sometimes it comes through the president's office. Most times it would come through the president's office. If there's a issue that they're dealing with, that want advice on, that's what we're there for. If they're looking for guidance on new procedures or process, that's what we're there for. You look at that Board of Regents, and the boards I've been on, that's the biggest asset is all our experiences. And that's why I mentioned it in my opening statement. Bringing that to those decisions is how you interact with the problems that are faced. And I don't think there's direct interaction necessarily between workers on campus and students with the Board of Regents, unless it's an issue raised by the president or other leaders at the U.
Okay.
Let me be a little more specific.
Sure.
If a worker group or a student group came to you and wanted to meet with you, would you meet with them?
I would say, well, personally, I would say yes, but as a regent and what their operating mode is and what the rules of engagement are, and all boards have them, it'd be like, I'm sitting on the board of 3M and a disgruntled shareholder corners me. Do I meet with them separately or as a member of the board with the board there present? I would probably look for advice from the chair to see what their thoughts were before I did that. I think there's too many risks if you don't ask for advice on it that could come with that separate meeting. It can be interpreted too many different ways.
I totally understand that, asking for advice, but I would think that you would want to hear directly from some of the stakeholders.
If in an appropriate setting with the appropriate reason, yes, absolutely. But that's what you have to discern when the requests come forward.
Thank you.
And Quentin, another question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Wallace, you were described as a servant leader by one of your references as well. And so share with us, I think we all probably can think of examples of servant leaders, more personally in our lives and, probably more well-known. But as you think of your leadership style and being a servant leader, what attributes of servant leadership would you bring to the Board of Regents? And how do you think that would serve the board well and the university?
I take that. Thank you for that. That's a big compliment coming from one of my references. Servant leadership to me is be willing to do what other people do regardless of your role, what your title is, getting the job done. I think that's pretty much the way I approach being on a board. If there is a job that needs to be done, a special committee that's got to be, raised, an issue to be addressed or researched, I'm gladly, willingly stand up and do that. I look at servant leadership as the willingness, regardless of your position, to take on tough issues or issues that other people might push off to their staff or whatever. I tend to just take it on to, because I don't think any role is below the title that you're given if it's important to get done. That's how I view servant leadership.
Thank you. And Senator Rarick, question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And we've had a few discussions around financing things at the U of M, whether it's asset preservations or programs. And many times, one of the avenues that's looked at is coming to the legislature. And many times legislators want to make sure certain things are being done. And a lot of times a response is met with the response that, well, the U came about before the state and we have autonomy. How would you balance that idea of autonomy with the U along with coming to the legislature asking for public dollars to be invested?
I would lean more towards, if you're going to ask for money, accountability should come with that. And whether it depends on the level of accountability, what the legislature needs, maybe it's a report out, and an impact report, and effectiveness of that money spent. I think the state legislature has a responsibility to be careful with the funds that they're dealing with and be able to ask that of the people that get the money is to provide that kind of impact so that I can report back to my constituents. I think that's only reasonable and fair. I've worked with a number of state governments where that's been the issue. And when I was working with them, putting in different planning or processes or different systems to better report back to constituents, it was for that very reason, is the accountability of the funds and where are they going and how do I track it? So no, I agree that they have a right to ask that. The autonomy, I can't speak to that. I don't know what all the history is there and how they've come to the legislature, but to ask for accountability of funds that they're providing, I think that I would think that'd be a reasonable request.
Thank you. And I will ask one last question and we'll give the floor back to you for your concluding remarks. And this is something I've said to all the candidates, and I think you've actually answered it, but giving you another chance. The Board of Regents is a 6-year, very time-consuming responsibility. You talked about recognizing committees and that it's not just the board meetings, but the committee work as well. 3 of the standing committees of the Board of Regents are populated by all 12 regents. And then there's other committees as well and special committees, as you say. So you don't have to look at it very hard before you recognize the level of participation each of our regents invests in getting the work done. You talked about your professional responsibilities and making them managed so that you've got more time for this kind of responsibility. And I just am looking for you to comment on that and that in understanding sort of the depth of what you're applying to do.
I think I do. I think I do understand the depth, which is why I put that in my opening statement, because if I'm currently the CFO of a different company, how am I going to have the time to do that? I had thought about being a regent for a number of years, even when I was still on the UMA board, because I just think it's so important for good governance of the U. It wasn't until I made the decision to wind down my career that I applied. It's a little bit of an overlap at the beginning, but it won't be by the end of 25, it's not going to be an issue. And so I looked at it and said, do I skip this round? I don't think so. I think I made the right decision. I know the commitment, and that's why I wouldn't have done it unless I was winding out of that other role. So good question.
With that, the floor is yours for concluding remarks.
Well, thank you very much. First, I called you Barb before because we met in the hall, and I should have said Madam Chair. I want to thank all of you for your time today. Again, I said that at the beginning, but your time is not only in these meetings, it's a lot of other work outside of this room, and I really appreciate it. And I really appreciate the opportunity to come before you, answer these questions. I went into this, fully aware that there's a lot of other good candidates in being considered. I think I bring the extensive experience from business, my finance and accounting background, my business consulting. I think my ability to really look at issues, simplify them, and be able to communicate that to others and get the results we're looking for is something I'm known for. And I hope you take that into consideration in your deliberations, and I really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. And committee, we're back at 2.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
There you go. But they heard that anyway. All right, we're back. Welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. In the next 45 minutes or so, we will have the chance to get to know you a little better. We have what you just gave us today. We've all had the chance to review your application and your references. The schedule for the next 45 minutes or so is that you will have the floor for the first 5 minutes, maybe, whatever you like, to tell us more about you. And then we will ask you questions, and then the floor will be yours again for any concluding remarks. So with that, welcome, and the floor is yours.
Well, thank you. As you all know, I'm Katie Harms, and I really appreciate the opportunity to engage in the process with you all. When my name was suggested, I was honored, and then I had to sit with this idea for a while. Having connections to several past regents, I was aware of the time required and the steep learning curve. But driven to discover is a tagline we all know and love, so I'm going to borrow it and decide to embrace the process. Since I espouse lifelong learning, here I am, and here we go. As I put together my background, I also reflected on where I came from. My father was a World War II vet of both the Pacific and Atlantic conflict. He attended college on the GI Bill before he was injured and had to take a different path. He became a master craftsman tile setter and was a proud union member. He laid tile in this very building. And my mom was the quintessential stay-at-home mom, complete with the cookies. The chocolate chip oatmeal are really the best, I have to say. I grew up in a 900 square foot post-World War II cookie cutter home in Roseville, so not too far from here. St. Paul was our big city to go to, and the University of Minnesota was really a trip if we were going to take one. My brother served in Vietnam, and in our neighborhood, we had losses from Vietnam. Our neighborhood was an incubator of opportunity because of the diversity of the people who lived in those identical houses. The CFO at the time of the University of Minnesota Variety Club Heart Hospital, a remodeler, one of the founders of Medtronics, an airline mechanic, salesperson, railroad employees, and auto workers. We learned about hard work from all of them. Our neighborhood also produced some of the best kickball games in the backyards you ever saw. We produced hockey players named Phippen and McAlpine, and a young man named Richard Dean Anderson, who you might know as MacGyver. My dad and mom were accustomed to saying yes, as most of the neighborhood was, and I have proudly picked up this quality, and I believe my background gives me a unique set of tools to embrace the position. During my time on the Little Falls School Board and the Minnesota Rural Education Association, I worked collaboratively in governance, leadership, policy making, and financial management, and we tackled issues facing rural communities. The Roseville Planning Commission, Little Falls Chamber of Commerce Leadership Program, and Roseville Area Schools Foundation experiences allowed for targeted works in strategic planning and development. My work with the Spinal CSF Leak Foundation allowed me to apply personal experience to improve diagnoses and care pathways for others suffering from spinal CSF leaks. And working with the Housing First Minnesota Foundation as member and chair allowed for deep, meaningful work providing housing for veterans and underserved populations. Volunteering on behalf of Bellis adoption advocates brought me into high schools, where I spoke in tandem with others sharing our personal adoption stories to evolve the adoption process and normalize that families come together in different ways. My commitment to the U of M is through generational ties. My husband, his siblings, and father all attended. Our daughter was a volleyball All-American under Hugh McCutcheon. I have led fundraising efforts, booster board work, and I continue to consult with Dinkytown athletes, furthering the cause for our athletes and our athletic programs. I'm also very proud to have been chosen as the only non-employee member of the hiring panel for Coach Keegan Cook. Professionally, I founded Space Options. I brought this business into Shear Brothers Lumber Company, building a successful arm of that company. I was intimately involved in management, staffing, sales, marketing, and budgeting. It was important for me to always have my career work around my family. Coaching our daughters, volunteering at school, and supporting them was my first priority. I chose to leave Shear Brothers after becoming a grandmother, and now I work independently on projects utilizing Shear Brothers at times. I'm also the first call to my family to help when they need it. I co-host a podcast engaging diverse audiences through storytelling and dialogue, highlighting leadership and community themes. The key to understanding differences in all of us, I think, is hearing and learning our respective stories. I'm eager to bring my experience to this important role, collaborating and connecting with fellow regents and others to ensure the University of Minnesota continue to thrive as a world-class institution. I look forward to contributing to the university's legacy and advancing its mission of research, discovery, and service to the people of our state and beyond. To borrow a favorite sports analogy, I'm ready to better the ball. Thank you, and go Gophers.
Thank you. So I have the privilege of the first question, and then we will turn it over to the committee members. So please expound on your application response regarding the most significant challenges, opportunities, and/or threats to the University of Minnesota, our land-grant institution, over the next 5 to 10 years, and tell us what your experience and knowledge will help to address those concerns.
Oh, well,
Any of that.
we're getting right into it, aren't we? You know, I think our threats are, our biggest threats are our financial pathways. Our students continuing to attract the highest quality students that want to be there, having what they're looking for. And I think it all comes down to the communication we have surrounding all of it. Getting on the same page, working together, learning. There's so much for me in this position. As I said, the learning curve is great. So there are probably threats I haven't even thought about. And so I think really for me, it's asking the questions and learning, continued learning on what it's going to take to keep us first class. We need to make sure, as I talked about in my application, that we are paying attention to artificial intelligence. That is certainly a huge opportunity, right, for our students and how it's going to be used. I have a son-in-law who is a high school English teacher, and we have conversations about this all the time on what it means to have artificial intelligence and try to teach in that environment. So I would say really, truly, it's financially and attracting the students that we want to continue to lead the institution as they leave.
Thank you. And Mark has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Katie, for being here today. So your experience with Little Falls School Board and the Minnesota Rural Education Association probably gives you unique insights into outstate Minnesota and in the space of education. The U of M has a bit of a disconnect right now with outstate Minnesota. What is your experiences? How could they guide you in advising the board and the administration as a regent for trying to reconnect with outstate Minnesota, whether it's through development of our statewide system or what practices we could put into place to try to bridge to our rural part of the state?
I think, to me, it all comes down to meeting with people and finding out what their needs are and how they could connect with the University of Minnesota. But you need to have concerted effort of people who can go out to small communities. And I would say it would probably start with the colleges, Crookston and Morris as our outstate schools, and understanding those communities and then working outward from there. I think resources are a big problem in smaller communities, right? You have an incredible level of volunteerism in smaller communities. But resources are at a premium. And so I would think that allowing or educating outstate communities on what the university does have to offer would be an important step. And I can't speak to what has been being done in that area. So it may be looking at something a little bit differently that's already being done and enhancing it.
Thank you. Cal has a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, as we just discussed, you've got some experience kind of in the sort of K-12 school board, rural education world. I think one of the issues that I think comes up a lot more in higher education than it does in K-12 education is academic freedom. I'm really curious to hear your thoughts on that, the way you relate to it and the way you would kind of think about and approach this concept as a member of the Board of Regents.
Are you asking me what I think academic freedom means?
What you think it means, but also what you would, how you would go about, it essentially, like what level of priority, like where you would let folks kind of run free versus kind of rein things in. Your thoughts on both what it is and how you would implement it and how you would oversee the university's implementation of it as a member of the board.
I'm not sure that I can adequately give you an answer. To me, academic freedom is allowing those who are setting the, what's the word I'm looking for now? The curriculum, the freedom to choose what they're going to be teaching. And I have to believe that's done by committees, that's done through or something within the university organization that speaks to that. I believe students at the university should have the freedom to study what they want to study. I don't feel, Cal, that I can give you a qualified answer because I'm not sure I'm understanding the question of what you're looking for. So I apologize.
I'll think about if there's anything I want to kind of reword and potentially we'll come back to this one.
Okay.
Thank you. Quentin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mrs. Harms, for being here. You're an entrepreneur. And so as you think about that entrepreneurial spirit and what that is meant for you, how do those attributes transfer and translate into being a Board of Regent? And how do you think that would elevate the university?
Well, I think when you're an entrepreneur, it's just a fancy way of saying you got to do everything. You got to figure out how to make stuff happen. So maybe where it comes to the University of Minnesota, it's looking at things differently. And, are we looking at all the funding sources that we can look at? Are we looking at how we bring our students together to understand one another? I think it's continued commitment to conversations and collaborations. And through those conversations and collaborations, you end up learning and finding pathways forward. And at least that's what it feels like I've done in the past.
Kenny?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Katie, thank you for being here. My question is to you. You cited your involvement with Dickeytown athletes. So certainly name, image, and likeness in college athletics is something that you are well aware of. During these turbulent times with NIL, navigating the House settlement. If you were to step into the role of a regent, what is your role with athletics and then helping to navigate these waters right now?
Well, you know, what the university can do legally from a legal standpoint is pretty specifically spelled out. So I don't know what that would look like if I became a regent. Could I still be involved consulting with Dinkytown athletes? I don't know. I'd really have to look at that. And my consulting actually is on pretty much a volunteer basis. So I know that, again, you look at, there are opportunities. And the one thing that I can say that the athletic department has done with NIL is they've really gone about it in the right way. They've gone about it slowly, so it may have felt like they were behind the 8 ball, but they've really done it in such a manner to be to not have any problems. So as the legislature, as things change legally, and it's continuing to change, I think monitoring that, it might look different by the time, if I should become a regent, it might look different by that time. So I don't know what it would entail. I would like to hope I would still be able to support athletics and speak to the need for our women's sports to be thought of in the manner that they should be thought of, and supporting them.
Thank you. Senator Rarick, next question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And one of the things that I like to talk to our candidates about is a willingness to ask hard questions, challenge proposals that are coming forward to help prove them out to the public and to make sure that we've considered everything. You have a lot of close ties to the university, some of that to, you know, the administration and such. Do you believe you would have that ability to be able to ask those challenging questions in that regent setting and behind the scenes to try to prove things out?
I'm smiling because the answer to your question, Senator, is yes. I'm smiling because I do think Mark Coyle sometimes sees me coming and turns the other direction, because I am not one to shy away from getting answers and finding out and looking at things differently. So yeah, I don't think I'd have a problem with that.
And Steve, next question, please.
Thank you. You mentioned that you're a lifelong learner by habit. And what I'm interested in is your experience over the years on governance boards and so forth. You must have had personal, you know, positives and negatives, failures, et cetera. Is there anything you can tell us about a time that you remember that you would have done something differently in hindsight?
Oh, how much time do you have? Of course. You know, I think my time on the Little Falls School Board was probably some of the greatest learning and the most disappointing for me personally, because I didn't feel like I could best communicate where I was coming from. So when I look back on that, I probably could have had different messaging. We ultimately got to where we needed to go. I've probably flunked out of Robert's Rules of Order many times. and learning to yield to the chair and all of that. And I would definitely need a refresher because it's been a while. It's been a while since I've sat on a governance board. But I think I think if you don't go home from difficult decisions thinking, what could I have done differently or better, then there always is. There always is. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Cal, again.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I think my question is kind of a sort of a follow-up on Senator Rarick's. I mean, the University of Minnesota is perennially in the news. Frequently members of the Board of Regents, in their capacity as regents end up in the news. And not always necessarily for the reasons that they might like to be. You know, it's no secret that the university has had some controversies over the past few years. And I'd be curious to know, sort of as a potential member of the board, how you would sort of handle those controversies, how you would comport yourself within them and navigate those challenging spaces.
Thank you. I can only be authentically me. And I would hope to approach everyone with respect, with the idea that I have a lot to learn from them, that there is much to learn and there is much work to be done. And if we take the time and we have the patience to work through it, we could hopefully avoid a lot of the conflicts and a lot of the troubles. Now, having an opinion on something that somebody disagrees with is going to go with the job. And so I'm ready for that too. I'm also ready to work collaboratively if the decision is made to go against something that I may have fought differently for. I think I'm pretty straightforward. I enjoy conversation and I enjoy connections, but I also know that I'm representing, and I do that now with representing athletics and talking to people about athletics. It's important for me to always keep the core mission in mind, which in this case is keeping our university strong. The students, I think the students, you all always go back to the students and what their experience. We only have them for 4+ years, depending on if they're going for masters, and you want that experience to be world-class, just like the institution is.
Thank you. And Shivanji, next question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There have been a lot of discussions behind the university's standing and ranking academically, nationwide, locally. For example, the university was, I guess, relatively known for its chemical engineering program within CSE, especially with, I guess, also ongoing issues with Fairview, the medical school. Keeping that in mind, with the wide range of programs in need of funding as a hard time of retaining students locally and honestly recruiting students nationally. How do you go about prioritizing the academic sector of things? And how would you also approach prioritizing where resources and money goes within all these different programs, colleges, and campuses?
That's the key, isn't it? If we can figure that out, everybody's job is going to be easier. You know, I think you have to have ways, I would assume there are ways to look at what students are going for. What are they applying to? What programs are they wanting to get into? And making sure that those that are the highest interest are kept strong and whole. Interestingly, my husband was a chemical engineering major before going back to medical school. So the issue that you talked about with the university and Fairview is a little bit of a separate issue. And that requires a lot more knowledge on my part before I speak to exactly how I would go about working through that issue. But I think it becomes very clear we can't do everything. And I would rather do things really well, so bolster the programs that we're doing really well and attract students in those areas, making sure we're true to our mission, and then look at cutting things that are not as high up in the rankings of what people are looking for.
Thank you. And Quentin, another question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You spoke about the learning curve that you would have if appointed regent. Share with us, Katie, a little bit around how would you see yourself kind of getting ahead of that learning curve or getting caught up? Like what steps would you take? And then how do you show up in a room when you don't have all the knowledge, when you don't have all the data, and ensuring your voice is still heard and that you're still present within those settings?
Well, in the case of when I don't have all the data and I have a lot to learn, I would like my voice to be that. I'm here to learn, and I'll get there, and I'll get there as quickly as possible. And I will ask a lot of questions, and I'll probably drive you crazy with the questions. But we have, I believe, the regents have help from staff. We have past regents who I will certainly reach out to and say, help me out here and help me get there. And what are the practices that I need to really work on? I expect it to be a lot of reading, familiarizing myself, and yeah, but lots of questions.
And Richard, another question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Katie, thank you for being here. Thank you for throwing your hat in the ring and getting involved, offering to get involved. I find it interesting that you served on the Little Falls School Board and that you've perhaps discovered that there's a lot more bureaucracy involved that you have no control over whatsoever compared to what you may have thought before you ran for office. The University of Minnesota has a much, much larger budget, a lot more obstacles, if you will. How would you differentiate and advance navigating from the Little Falls School District, which is a very good school district, by the way, in my opinion, to the University of Minnesota, where you have hundreds, if not thousands, of more challenges to overcome and more legislative battles or for funding, for example, and regulatory issues. Thank you.
Right. Well, lots more zeros. Lots more zeros. And again, it comes back to Quentin's point, the learning curve and asking a lot of questions and understanding that there are a lot of really smart people out there who will be offering guidance to understand what the issues are. And I would not be operating as one, right? I would hope there would be collaboration with the regents that are in place and the other regents that would join, and we would work together to collectively identify what we would be going after. And from there, the extra zeros don't bother me. It's the volume of knowledge. And like you said, what are all the different pieces of the pie that need to be looked at? And that is going to take time.
Something that I've talked to all of the candidates about, so I'm just going to throw it out there again for you, although I think you've answered this and we've talked about it a little bit, is the time commitment of being a University of Minnesota Board of Regents. So I think everybody, depending on who you've spoken to and what your impression is, some people hear 20 hours a month, maybe 40, I don't know. I know that 3 of the standing committees are populated by all 12 regents. I know there are other committees as well. I know maybe they, actually maybe given the probable tenure in the United States of university presidents, maybe in a 6-year term, you might expect you'd be on a presidential search committee. But when President Gable resigned, and then they had then add to that the search committee for the interim and all the rest of it. I just am saying it can be an awful lot of time.
Yes.
And you're very busy. You've got a lot of stuff always going on, but are you ready to understand that and take it on?
Thank you. I appreciate the question. And I appear busy. I'm a very organized person. And my podcast, we record 2 podcasts a month. I choose to do my space options business, that's really on a client by client basis. So I would say most of my time is left for volunteer, for passion projects. And that was the first thing I had to look at was I able to donate the kind of time that this was needed? So, and I would say, yes, I am.
Here. All right, committee members, any other questions? Yes, no? Okey doke. We're done a little bit early, but we're giving the time back to you, some of it. So concluding remarks, we are eager to listen. Thank you.
Well, I don't have any concluding remarks other than to say thank you for all of your service, because what you're doing is involving a lot of time as well. And I hope that I've answered to the best of my ability, and I hope you get a sense from me that I truly am looking forward to the process of joining this group, should I be chosen. So.
Thank you very much. Committee, we're back at 3.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Very nice to see you as well. All right. Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and glad we were able to start a few minutes early because as many of you know, I am a reformed politician, so there's no telling how long I might go on. So I might need the extra few minutes. I think here would be where I would make the joke normally. Unfortunately, Senator RCAC is here, so I can't make it because I'd make a joke about how the House does start on time and the Senate is known for being just a hair behind. Anyways, good afternoon. Really appreciate you all for taking the time today. I started off with the cheap shot right away, Senator RCAC. Thank you all for your time today and for your time the entire week. I know many of you having served for 6 years on this council, and I know that this week is a big time commitment. It's a time commitment throughout the year, but especially during this few week stretch. In this week in particular, you're giving up the whole week away from your personal and professional lives, and that's a big sacrifice. And I do want to recognize that and thank you for taking the time to do that. Thank you for that commitment to the university. An institution that we all deeply love, your commitment to the state, doing this on behalf of the state, and your important service this entire week and throughout the year. I do believe I'm standing between you all in finishing for the day. So hopefully the cookies that I brought in, they're sitting in the corner, can tide folks over until the end of the meeting. Feel free, I won't consider it rude if you stand up and go grab one if you get hungry. It is a long tradition of the Minnesota House of Representatives that the first time you appear before a body that you are to bring treats. And even though I served 6 years on this body, I have not appeared before it on this side of the table. So I thought it was only right that I keep up the tradition. From the earliest moment I can remember, I wanted to go to school at the University of Minnesota. I often think, why? I grew up in a home with two parents who graduated from college, but neither one of them went to the U. None of my grandparents attended college. Yet from an early age, the University of Minnesota screamed excellence, public service, and opportunity. When I got older and started to have to think seriously about where I wanted to go to college and was interested in public service and service to the state, I was in awe of the reputation and history of the university. Norman Borlaug leading the Green Revolution, credited with saving more than 1 billion people from starvation, groundbreaking medical research, the first open heart surgery, the tradition of excellence at the University of Minnesota is inspiring. And a tradition of service to the state, our country, and world is strong and really unparalleled. I toured and applied to other schools, but once I got the letter of acceptance, there was really never any doubt. I was going to the University of Minnesota. And the university lived up to its reputation. I could say without a hint of hyperbole that I wouldn't be where I'm at in my life, in my career, without the university. Actually, my career started while I was still a student. In my junior year, I launched a campaign to represent my hometown in the Minnesota House of Representatives. I won in the fall of my senior year, becoming the youngest member of the party ever elected to the Minnesota legislature. And I'm proud of the work I did in the legislature. I'm proud of my time of service that was inspired by my time at the University of Minnesota. I was particularly proud to serve as vice chair of the Higher Education Committee in my second term, working directly with the university on budget and tuition. This role required me to strike a careful balance, advocating for fiscal accountability by ensuring tuition and administrative costs were managed responsibly, while championing the resources needed to support the university's mission. One of my proudest accomplishments in this role was authoring bipartisan legislation to secure $24 million for the restoration and renovation of Pillsbury Hall on the university's Twin Cities campus. This historic building, once deteriorating and underutilized, now serves as a vital part of the campus community. This experience taught me the importance of thoughtful investment in collaborative decision-making. Principles I would bring to the Board of Regents to ensure that resources align with the university's strategic goals. Since leaving the legislature, I threw myself into a new cause, the clean energy transition, and joined a leading utility scale clean energy company, Apex Clean Energy. In this role, I lead a nationwide team of nearly 2,000 employees who are dedicated to engaging local communities, putting clean energy megawatts on the grid, and using these projects as levers of economic development, primarily in rural areas. In addition to my professional experience, I'm active in my community on various boards and commissions, including the City of Savage Planning Commission, the Board of Benedictine St. Gertrude's, a long-term care facility in my local area, and of course, for 6 years as a member of the esteemed Regent Candidate Advisory Council. I'm also a proud member of the Alumni Association and a supporter of Dinkytown athletes. I live in Savage with my brilliant and beautiful wife, Kayla, and our 3 boys, Tommy, who is in kindergarten, Mark, who is in preschool, and Luke, who is 17 months old. All 3 of them have been informed that their 529 plans only work at the University of Minnesota, which is a joke, but only kind of. The University of Minnesota is an excellent and world-changing institution that in recent years has been tripped up by a rocky relationship with the legislature and a lack of community input, both real and perceived. My legislative experience will help the university build bridges and have a more productive relationship with the legislature. Both my time in the legislature and my current career leading community engagement in the private sector have given me a unique perspective into how to engage the public in decision-making in ways that are meaningful, but avoid needless bureaucracy and delay. I'm seeking election to the board because I truly believe that I have a perspective that the board needs and that it's currently missing. And if I may, before I take your questions, and again, really appreciate your time, the importance of the University of Minnesota and what it means to our state have become all the more personal to me over the last week. On New Year's Day, just last week, our 17-month-old Luke developed a very high fever, a rash, and began swelling up across his entire body. After a trip to the emergency room at our local hospital, the doctors were stumped and concerned, so they sent us to the University of Minnesota Masonic Children's Hospital, where we remained for the next 3 days. The care there was simply exceptional for Luke and for our entire family in a difficult time. And I'm sure some of you know what it's like to hold your baby as they're poked and prodded with needles, screaming in fear because they don't know what's going on. But I can tell you there's no better place to be in that situation than at the University of Minnesota. Fortunately, little Luke is going to be just fine. It ended up just being a weird reaction to a weird virus. But for many families, the ordeal goes on much longer and is much scarier. And that's what the University of Minnesota means to thousands of Minnesotans. Excellence, trust, for the public good. That's what it meant to me and my family over the last week. And this solidified my desire to serve on the Board of Regents. So the University of Minnesota will remain strong and constantly striving to better the lives of all Minnesotans. Thank you for indulging a personal story, and I look forward to taking your questions.
Thank you. The privilege of the first question is mine, so I will ask. Please expound on your application response regarding the most significant challenges, opportunities, or threats to the University of Minnesota, a land-grant institution, in the next 5 to 10 years, and how your knowledge and experience would help address these things.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. And I, again, appreciate the question. And the challenges of the university are many. You know, I think I've, in my time in the legislature and even my time on the Regent Candidate Advisory Council, have unintentionally developed a reputation as a harsh critic of the university. But, you know, oftentimes the things that you love most dearly, it's easiest to see the flaws and the challenges that they struggle with. And one of the challenges that the university struggles with is a challenge that's all too familiar in society today. You know, partisanship, a deep ideological divide within our country, and that's infecting many of our institutions. And you know, one way that you can account for this is by having balance on boards, balance in governmental bodies, And I think I would provide some of that balance at the University of Minnesota. There's, you know, with my legislative background, the relationship with the legislature has become strained. And oftentimes this body itself and the legislature, there's a lot of conversation about, you know, there are just too many legislators on the Board of Regents. And I think that was true for a long time. There were a lot of legislators being elected to the Board of Regents. But now there aren't any legislators serving on the Board of Regents. And I think we're missing an important perspective on that board in its relationship with the legislature, which is, frankly, it's the state of Minnesota is the university's most important partner. They're a massive funder of the university. And to have a relationship that is difficult and that is strained because of a number of factors. The university's constitutional autonomy makes things challenging. It's hard to understand how to relate to an institution that you fund, but you don't have much or any influence over how that funding is spent. In the legislature, they're accountable to their constituents as to how that money is being spent. And again, they don't control how the money is being spent. So bringing that perspective of that concern and understanding what it's like to sit in a committee chair and to sit on the floor of the legislature and be accountable to your constituents, bringing that perspective to the Board of Regents so they can have a more productive relationship with the legislature, I think is really at the core of what I can offer to the University Board of Regents.
Thank you. Steve, a question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Drew, thank you again for your service and appreciate your being here today.
Thank you.
In your governmental experience and your board experience, I imagine you've had a lot of personal failures and successes. Can you share an example of something that in hindsight you would have done differently and why?
Yeah, I think that's a really good question. And it's one that I've had a lot of time to think through as someone who was elected to the state legislature at a very young age. In fact, I think I was sworn in 10 years and 1 day ago today at the ripe old age of 21. And while I like to think I was a smart and precocious and wise, but beyond my years, 21-year-old, there were certainly times where you get swept up in the partisanship of the moment and the tyranny of the moment in many times of thinking this is the most important thing and sometimes losing perspective of, you know, when you're on a governing board, a variety of governing boards, your job is to look not just for the next 6 months or a year, but your job is to look after the institution for years and decades. And in the case of the University of Minnesota, you know, centuries to come. Beyond that, you know, I probably could have taken fewer cheap shots at Representative Winkler on Twitter and likely vice versa. But, you know, that very experience and those mistakes, did you just make a cheap shot at me right now? We can still do that. We can still do that. The stakes now, fortunately, are lower. But I do think that having that perspective and having made those mistakes, that is an important experience that I bring to the University of Minnesota. Knowing those traps and knowing those pitfalls. This is not going to be the first, second, third, fourth, or fifth governance body that I will be a member of. So I've learned from a lot of successes and mistakes that I can bring to this job.
Thank you. And Senator Barrick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for being here. I typically ask a question in regards to being willing to ask tough questions and to challenge proposals. I think I want to go a little different route with you. As a former legislator, we have seen other legislators in the past that have kind of gotten caught up on the Board of Regents with the title that comes with it, the prestige that comes with it, and then have failed to maybe act on that idea that they're there to be a part of a governing board. Can you help us understand how you are going to avoid those pitfalls and act as a true governing agent rather than getting caught up in the pomp and circumstance of being a regent?
Yeah, I appreciate the question, Madam Chair and Senator Rarick. I think by focusing on my past life as a legislator and my current role leading community engagement in the private sector, it's really given me a deep sense of being responsive to the people who both elect me and the people that I serve. The Board of Regents, because the legislature in the state of Minnesota doesn't control the actions of the university, but controls the levers of funding. The remedy for that in the Constitution is the legislature elects the Board of Regents. And I would take that very seriously as a not just an independent decision maker. Surely I'm a representative. I'm elected there to make good decisions, but I'm also there to be responsive to the concerns of the legislature, of people who have the people who elected me. And frankly, in this particular regent seat, that is a statewide regent seat, I consider that to be accountable through their elected representatives and senators to be accountable to the state of Minnesota. And that's something that I take very seriously and is something that I had a lot of experience doing as a member of the legislature, being responsive to the public, because they're the folks who decide whether you continue to sit in that seat. And in the case of the Board of Regents, it'll be the legislature that decides whether I sit in that seat initially and whether I would continue to sit in that seat if that was to be a choice at that point in time. I appreciate the question, Senator Rarick.
Thank you. Cal, next question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we've been talking a lot about these fairly, I suppose, high-minded ideas of bipartisanship, good governance, respectful discourse, et cetera. On a somewhat related but also somewhat tangential note, I'm curious to hear your thoughts on academic freedom, how it influences the work that the university does, and how you, as a member of the board, would interact with and kind of consider this concept in your work.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Councilmember Morgendahl, a very important question and something that's very near and dear to my heart. I think, speaking of one of the challenges faced by not just the University of Minnesota, but higher education in general, is a continued in our politics today, there is expanding illiberalism, lack of liberalism in our politics, where and you could talk about whatever you want, cancel culture and these kinds of things on both the left and the right, politics infecting our institutions. And the academic freedom of the University of Minnesota is absolutely paramount. That's why they're written into the Constitution as having autonomy. It's less about the state of Minnesota telling them, how to spend dollars here or there, although obviously that's part of it. You need to control your finances to be able to have the academic freedom. But that's the real reason that they have that constitutional autonomy as part of our state constitution. And that, as a member of the Board of Regents, I will be an ardent defender of academic freedom and going where the evidence and the research leads.
Thank you. Next question, Mark.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for your time being with us today. So glad to hear Luke is fine and that he was taken care of, and it was only a fever, and he's doing better.
Thank you.
With your experience as a legislator and with that recent experience in mind and your experience with the University of Minnesota hospitals, if you were to be a regent and the administration were approaching the legislature, how would you advise the board in crafting their message if they were to be asking for additional funds to support the medical school and the healthcare, the hospitals and the healthcare system that we've built there?
Yeah, Madam Chair and Councilmember Jessen, that's a really important question. That's going to be a critical conversation over the next years and next decade for the university is these conversations about the medical center, about the hospital. And, it's such an important question. I don't pretend to have all the answers in terms of what the university should do. But I do know that they need to build coalitions, and they need to build stakeholders for what we decide is the right thing to do for the university, to restore and enhance the excellence of our academic health center, of our hospital system. And frankly, that's what my team does on a day-to-day basis now in my, not just my legislative career, but in my private sector career, is we build utility scale, large wind and solar projects across the United States. And for anybody who reads the news, it's very hard to build things in this country right now, no matter what it is, whether it's housing or a wind farm or a solar farm. People don't like things being built next to them in many cases. And the way that we approach that is by building coalitions of supporters. Who's going to in approaching it that way? That, you know, this is not just trying to figure out, okay, how do we get a couple of these local officials or legislators to support this policy, because that doesn't make it durable. If you go to the legislature and, right now we have razor thin margins in both the House and the Senate. I was going to say majorities, but that's a political word right now. So I'm not going to use the word majority, but razor thin margins in the House and the Senate. So, you can go get the buy-in of the folks who hold the gavels at that moment, but it's not a durable policy if you don't have broad bipartisan agreement on what the path is. And then you all of a sudden you need the next tranche of funding in 2 years, and different folks hold the gavel. And if you haven't built a sustainable coalition of stakeholders who care about this, both at the university and university alums and folks across the state of Minnesota, because what's unique about the University of Minnesota is it's not just an institution for its students or for its faculty. It's a land grant institution on behalf of the state of Minnesota. So you need broad buy-in from people across the state of Minnesota geographically and politically.
Lucas, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Drew, thanks for being here. You kind of led in right into my question on Greater Minnesota and outreach around the state. Curious, in the communities that you're in, where do you believe the reputation of the University of Minnesota is quite homogeneous? Or do you believe it's different in different areas? And how would you address that, assuming it's not homogeneous?
Madam Chair, Councilmember Sjostrom, I really appreciate the question, because it's something that has weighed on me, both in my personal life. We have a family farm in Southwest Minnesota, 30 minutes 25 miles south of Marshall, in the Garvin-Tracy area. And I grew up, working on Grandpa's farm over the summers, and still spend a lot of time down there. And in my professional life now, building utility scale renewable energy projects, that takes place almost exclusively in rural areas. And I've worked on a lot of them in Minnesota. And it has been deeply, deeply disheartening to me to hear how the University of Minnesota is received in Greater Minnesota and in rural areas. And I don't mean the extension program is still very well regarded. People are very appreciative of the work that the university does. But when they're considering where to go to school, and the number of families that I've talked to who are classic families that you would think, they're big farm families. You think, their child wants to take over the operation. They're going to college. You'd think they'd be going to the St. Paul campus, and they're going to South Dakota State. And I hear that over and over and over again. And there's a lot of reasons for that, right? And we could talk about campus safety is unquestionably one of them. And you can talk about, how much is news and bad stories and how much is real statistics. There's no question there's a campus safety issue. There's a campus safety issue, both real, and there's also a campus safety issue of perception. And I think both of those things are very real. And it's hurting us across the state, but in particular in Greater Minnesota, folks who might be from a small town and didn't grow up spending a lot of time in in Minneapolis to hear about these instances as a parent, those are concerning, and there's something that we need to address. You know, I frankly, I also think the increasing partisanship in our state, which our state is not unique. I'd like to say we are unique. I'm a strong believer in Minnesota exceptionalism, but I wish we were unique in this way, where we were countering the tide of increased polarization, but we've seen a lot of geographic polarization, and everything in life in the world has become red or blue coded. I happen to work in an industry, the renewable energy industry, that is blue coded, and I work in areas that predominantly vote for Republicans. So having those conversations is something that I do every single day, that my team does every single day. And I think that knowledge has a lot of important bearings for how we talk about the University of Minnesota, because the University of Minnesota is not and cannot be a Democratic or Republican institution. It needs to be an institution that is beloved and supported across the state, and that folks from across the state feel like the University of Minnesota is a place that's open to them, in a place that will enable them to have the career and the life that they seek.
Thank you. Next question, Richard, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Mr. Christensen, for being here today. And thank you for your service in the House.
Happy to do it.
My question for you would be in regards to your experience in the House. I guess the question, there seems to be some friction between the Board of Regents and communication with the House and the Senate.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering how your experience, or how you would maybe weigh in on how that could be improved, because over and over again, it appears that funding is always an issue. Where do we get the money from?
Yeah.
And I'm just wondering how you would face that, how you would improve that, or what your strategy might be. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Madam Chair and Councilmember Andelcheck. There's a couple pieces of that problem, and one is intimately involves the Board of Regents, because you have situations where the legislature doesn't feel like the University of Minnesota is giving adequate oversight at times to the budget of the University of Minnesota. So if you have a legislature or key legislators who don't believe that the University of Minnesota Board of Regents is providing adequate oversight, it's very hard to make the pitch to them that they should send money in what is, in many instances, as laid out in the Constitution, something of a blank check to a group that they need to trust in order to write a sizable blank check to the university. And that's something that I was involved with, frankly, in the legislature. I you know, am at heart, and I think my district would back it up, a ardent supporter of the University of Minnesota. And I, you know, served in a time where there was a lot of distrust towards the university and the University Board of Regents at a more like tangible level, because the trust with the Board of Regents is a big issue that takes time to repair. At a more tangible level, I will say the communication with the university when I was in the legislature, and you know, most of the folks who were involved with that are no longer there. So I think I can say that was very poor. You know, I was a member of the Higher Education Committee. I was a vice chair of the Higher Education Committee, and the dialogue was very light from the university's side, and that's something that just has to change. The state is the university's most important partner, and there needs to be a partnership, but that requires conversation, and it requires the university engaging in those conversations in good faith, which I think they often are, but I think they are engaging in good faith, but I think too often they're not engaging in the conversation. So making sure that there are folks in place who can be those ambassadors to the legislature, both from the staff level, but you know, I will commit as a member of the Board of Regents, that is something that I will do. I mean, I will, and this is a volunteer job, but I'm happy to go volunteer the legislature on behalf of the Board of Regents priorities. because I think it matters. I think it's crucial to the future of the university and the future of Minnesota that the university is strong and that there's a stronger, more productive working relationship between the legislature and the university.
Quentin, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good to see you, Drew. Thanks for being here. And thanks for your continued service on behalf of our state and obviously the University of Minnesota. My question is piggybacking off the last one, and it's around your time as a representative and in relationship to how you engaged with the Board of Regents. One, how has your perception changed as it relates to that trust that the board has with the legislature? And then at the time that you're a representative, how did you go out of your way above and beyond understanding some of the divides that were there to ensure a better working relationship between the two bodies?
Madam Chair and Councilmember Moore, very, very good to see you and important question. I think one of the ways is being well-read and well-resourced. And, you know, a lot of that, I haven't served on the Board of Regents, of course. So I'm not, you know, familiar with the in and out of how they're receiving information and how they're making decisions based on that information. But what is really important is, having served on many governing boards, too often you get a lot of information very late before the meeting. And, you know, if you get 1,000 pages of reading the night before the meeting, I can stay up all night, but I'm not gonna, you know, be adequately prepared for the meeting. So I will commit to making sure that I'm digging deep into the information, but I will also commit as a member of the Board of Regents to make sure that we have processes that the information is flowing in a way that's reasonable and allows the Board of Regents to not micromanage. They're not a managing body, they're a governing body, but to act as a governing body. And that does require digging deep into the information that you're receiving. So you can, you know, not so you can call up the department head or whatever, but so that you can be having those conversations about, like, hey, that number over here that happens all the time on a governing board. That number looks really weird. Tell me what's going on there. And, you know, 9 times out of 10, there's a great explanation. The pipes burst and whatever. But, you know, it's the role of a governing board to ask those kinds of questions, and it requires receiving the information in enough time. I would also say that it's critically important that you're being accessible to stakeholders, both at the legislature and within the University of Minnesota. And I had a policy when I was in the legislature that I would meet with absolutely anybody. If we could find time in the calendar, I would meet with them. And that, you know, was a policy that was unpleasant at times. You know, you have people, you know, screaming in your office and chasing around with a video camera and doing all these kinds of crazy political stunts that we live with in our society today. But I believe very deeply in that as a policy that folks, and certainly there was a hierarchy, right? I mean, if you were a constituent, you got in before, you know, Joe Smith down the street. But being open and accessible to the folks that you represent and the folks who you're making decisions on behalf of is something that's absolutely critical. And it's something that I will be, that I intend to institute, you know, as a member of the Board of Regents. I mean, it is a volunteer job, so I can't offer, you know, 24 hours a day of open meetings, but I you know, commit to being open and accessible to stakeholders within that process. And that's necessary for making these kinds of important, big decisions, to have broad buy-in. And that's something that, you know, I certainly saw in the legislature, but I've seen even more so in my private sector career since. If people don't feel like they're engaged in something, even something that they should like, you know, that you can write down, you can go after the fact and say, it's good for you for this reason, this reason, this reason, and this reason. If they don't feel like they were engaged and part of it from the beginning, you're fighting a really uphill battle, and taking that kind of feedback and having those conversations in a way that's efficient but real is something that I think the Board of Regents can improve on, and is something that I will commit to being a big part of on the board.
Quick follow-up, Madam Chair. In terms of your time as a representative, Drew, can you speak to ways that you went above and beyond to try to bridge that divide and reach out to and or communicate with the Board of Regents during your time?
Yeah. With the Board of Regents in particular, certainly I was working through through their government relations staff, but I also made sure to have my own, personal relationships with President Kaler at the time. We would have conversations. I would have conversations with regents. Those were, I would say at that time, regents were I don't know, they were that engaged in the legislative process. They become very engaged when it was time to be when it was time to be reelected. But I think that was part of the frustration of the legislature, is you elect folks to the Board of Regents and then you don't see them for another 6 years. And I can guarantee you that's not going to be the case. If I'm privileged to serve on the Board of Regents, I'm not going to be, out there politicking, but I will be accessible. I will be, known to legislators as another voice in another vehicle to have conversations with the university.
Thank you. And next, Shivanji, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a former student, a former legislator, and of course, formerly being on this committee.
Most importantly.
Should have started with that. But what do you think is what is one of the biggest challenges you see the Board of Regents facing? And then the second part of that question is, how do you think the Board of Regents should be evaluated as a whole, but also on an individual basis?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Councilmember Pandy. This is a key question, right? Is how do you evaluate a board on both their collective output as well as how they're serving individually? And one of the ways that I think is really important is I think too often there's pressure on the Board of Regents, having, had conversations with people in that sphere and having observed it as a legislator. There's pressure to everything needs to be 12-0 and everything needs to be, tip top and in shape, and we can't have any tough questions within the meetings or arguments, frankly, within the meetings. And I would take a more balanced view of that. And my approach has always been both in the legislature and personally and on governing boards and in the private sector, that we should have robust, fiery conversations about what is the right decision in any given moment. But those conversations should happen in the meeting, and they should, when you make a decision as a board, you're standing behind that decision, even if you maybe chose advocated for a different path in the meeting. And those are things that then the legislature can look at of, okay, well, this went 5-7 or 4-8, what do I think was the right decision, right? So you have that record to look at. How do I think individual members of the Board of Regents are doing? But you're not, having a sense of chaos around the Board of Regents where you have people, going rogue or, holding press conferences or these sorts of things. But you are advocating very strongly within the Board of Regents so that the legislators do have a record to look at of how you're serving as a member of the Board of Regents.
Thank you. And our next question is from Kenny, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here, Drew, and thank you for your service to this council. My question kind of goes on evaluation as well, but I'd like to do a little hypothetical exercise. So suppose, say you were elected a regent, you serve your 6-year term. Looking back on that term, what is it that you hope that you accomplished during that time? And what would you hope your legacy is on the Board of Regents?
Madam Chair and Councilmember Devine, ideally, I'll feel like I've gotten everything done that I need to do, and I won't have to, you won't see me again in 6 years, and I won't have to be bending the ears of legislators. And again, hopefully there's enough cookies, because I ran into like 10 legislators in the hallway and they were ravenous for cookies. So hopefully we don't run out. What I hope is said after the 6 years on the Board of Regents is that there is a stronger, more productive relationship with the legislature. And, you know, I think it's highly likely over the next 6 years that there will be times where Democrats hold gavels in the legislature and times where Republicans hold gavels in the legislature. And what I would hope is that it's not going to be perfect, but that the relationship in the university is much more steady and much more consistent across changes in political headwinds. And look, I'm not naive, and you know, I think we go through this process. This was set out in the Constitution as a process that is led by the legislature, which is a political body. So it is inherently and will always be a political process, electing the Board of Regents. And you know, I think sometimes we like to pretend like it isn't because we think it maybe shouldn't be, but it is. And what I would like is for my time on the Board of Regents for folks to see, you know, somebody with maybe a little bit of a different perspective on the Board of Regents. You know, we're at a point now where a significant majority of the Board of Regents have been elected in times where Democrats control the legislature. But I think, you know, just speaking very frankly, a former Republican legislator is an important perspective for folks across the state of Minnesota to see that everyone's perspective is represented at the university. That academic freedom, both on the left and the right, is respected and preserved. And hopefully all that happens, and then I won't have to run for a second term.
Thank you. And our next question is from Ed, please.
Thank you, Barb, and thank you, Drew, for coming here today and first of all applying and obviously coming here today and having a conversation with us. I want to go into a little more what was said earlier today, and so we know that as anybody that works here, whether you're a legislator, whether you're a lobbyist, certainly know that there's obstacles that the U of M has when it comes to being at the Capitol and obviously going through the budget process. We also know there's some obstacles when it comes to, how can I say this the nicest way? There's obstacles and personalities that sometimes are obstacles for the U of M at the legislature. And I'm not saying just one side. I think it's universally both sides of the aisle that really have some significant problems with the U of M when it comes to some of the stuff that comes through this place, right? Obviously the budget and attitude also, right?
Yeah.
What could you do as a former legislator to bridge some of that, but go into more deep conversation about, you just mentioned it a little bit ago, the tweets, and jokingly talked about them. There's some of those people here that are still legislators. How do you bridge that gap? Because there's, you know, let's face it, there are some things said on the floor sometimes that were very insulting and very derogatory, and people remember that. How could you bridge that, and how could you be an asset and not a liability for the U of M?
Yeah. Madam Chair and Vice Chair Reynoso, appreciate the question, and you know, I would like to say that, you know, firstly that, well, I you know, got a little punchy in my politics at times. I think I was very careful to never involve personalities into and you know, I don't think I ever said anything derogatory, certainly on the floor or in tweets. But the reality is the and I think you said it very diplomatically that it's personalities. I think you did, the pause was good because you picked the right word, Vice Chair Reynoso, to be diplomatic. But the legislature is always going to be a political place, and it's always going to be a political body, and it's always going to have very strong personalities. And I think too often the University of Minnesota has either been either unwillingly or willingly blind to that fact of thinking, well, it shouldn't be this way. We're doing great work over here. This is a really important project. So of course, the legislature will support us in this process. Pillsbury Hall is a great example. An issue that I worked on when I was in the legislature. It's an absolute no-brainer. It's a historic building. You couldn't knock it down even if you wanted to, although I would have laid in front of the bulldozer if anybody would have tried. But it's a historic building. It was absolutely crumbling to the point of being unusable. But so you can look at that and say, well, this is a no-brainer project. This is we need the money so we can restore this building. That's not the world that we live in, because the legislature is a political place. The governor's mansion is a political place, and you have to engage in that process. Democracy is very messy, and I think there needs to be a greater willingness on behalf of the university to engage in that process and build coalitions, because too often you'd hear legislators dismiss the idea out of hand of like, wow, you can't give $24 million to the university for Pillsbury Hall. What do they need that for? And well, unfortunately, I think I had the reputation in those moments as somebody who, wasn't afraid to criticize the university at times of like, well, this is a no-brainer project for, X, Y, and Z. Okay, well, that obviously makes sense. So you need folks who are, supporters of the university, but also have a reputation as a fair arbiter or even a critic at times of the university, so that when there are those slam dunks that are not slam dunks because of politics, that can be a voice to push those things over the finish line.
Do you think it's coincidental that there's not really very often regents that are former legislators?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Reynoso, I think it's there used to be a lot of regents.
I know,
who were
but not
former
lately.
legislators.
Not
Yeah,
lately.
so I think the reason is there's this there was this backlash at the time of like, we are putting too many legislators on the Board of Regents. Frequently half or a third of the Board of Regents would be former legislators. I would not be an advocate for having the Board of Regents be a retirement home for former legislators. But I do think that it's an important perspective that you and I would say that it's very rare, if you look over the course of Minnesota history, to not have any former legislators on the Board of Regents. And we talk all the time. That's why we have a student regent seat. That's why so often there's been other groups that either formally or informally hold seats on the Board of Regents, because they're important perspectives that are needed. And I would say that a deeply political perspective, somebody who's been in the trenches, but I think is reasonably well liked by left and right, is an important perspective. Emphasis on reasonably is an important perspective for the board to engage in those conversations.
Thank you. We have 3 more questions. Cal, you're up.
Thank you again, Madam Chair. I'll keep this very brief because I know we're running short on time. We've talked a lot about your kind of theory of governance in the abstract and your interest in engaging with the legislature a lot. I'm curious to hear more about how you would engage a little bit more in the nuts and bolts in terms of engaging with and doing more to support, the students and workers of the university. I think I want to borrow some language that's come up a lot in the past couple of days, and how the university especially can be an engine of upward mobility, as it were.
Madam Chair, Council Member Mergendahl, I think that's a critical question and, not to put a hammer on it, but the tuition is too high at the University of Minnesota compared to our peers. That's a reality. You look at, and, the US News and World Report is not the be all end all of rankings, but it's a very important metric for prospective students and for how institutions are perceived. And tuition at the University of Minnesota is more expensive than our neighboring institutions, and our academic results are lower. And that's a real problem. And that's an issue, and that's something that to go back to Councilmember Moore's question, I would like to think I was influential as a legislator, because I was constantly raising my hand saying that in-state tuition at the University of Minnesota is too high. And at that time, out-of-state non-resident tuition at the University of Minnesota was far, far, far too low. It was only very marginally higher than in-state tuition and completely out of line with our peer institutions in the Big Ten. I mean, you'll forgive me because it was, 8 years ago, so I don't remember the exact numbers, but it was something like, there was only a $4,000 or $5,000 difference between resident tuition and non-resident tuition, where most of our peer institutions had non-resident tuition that was 2 or 3 times what resident tuition was. And I think, frankly, that runs in opposition to the university's mission as a land grant institution that is here first and foremost to serve the people of Minnesota, both as an academic institution and, various other land grant opportunities down to very small things. My wife will tell you or complain about our annual field trip to the St. Paul campus of the University of Minnesota to get our soil testing done from our yard, which there is a mail-in option, and it's great. So I would highly recommend it to everybody. But I take it as an educational field trip for the children that we go up to the St. Paul campus and physically hand over our soil sample to get our results back so we can adequately fertilize the lawn. But down to little things like that, from its land grant mission, but to the students themselves, we had, effectively, in-state students were in many ways subsidizing non-resident tuition. And I'm very pleased to say that, to the Board of Regents and administration's great credit, they have largely rectified that situation, which I think was a very smart thing to do. And I, at the risk of, in a non-Minnesotan way, patting myself on the back, I think it was meaningful the way that I was, standing up on the dais and yelling and screaming about how this isn't serving the students of Minnesota. I'd like to think I had some part in that.
Thank you. And Bill, your question, please.
Thank you, Councilmember Farrell, and thank you again, Representative, for being here. Just a question for you, kind of from the lens of you being on the side of Regent selection from the position you're in today versus being on the side of being on it previously when you were a legislator. What are your thoughts on who you think who ultimately the regents are accountable to?
Why, Madam Chair, Councilmember Otto, I think it's very clear in the Constitution they're accountable to the legislature. And certainly the people of the state of Minnesota via their elected representatives in both the State House and Senate. Those are your constituents. Those are the people who elect you. And I think by being more responsive, and again, I look at it, we can get really deep into our theories of governance, and it's something you have to think about, and other legislators and former legislators on this panel can relate to this. You think about that a lot when you're sitting there on the House floor in the committee of kind of the two schools of thought. I think back to my classes on the West Bank of the University of Minnesota, but are you supposed to vote as a straight opinion poll of your district would tell you, 52-48, that you should vote this way? Or are you supposed to really dig in and use your own judgment and potentially sometimes vote a different way than your constituents would have told you if you took a straight opinion poll. And I would say it's a little of both, right? And you go back and forth. I do think that, you're there, and in this case, with the Board of Regents, you're being sent there by the legislature to use your brain because you have good judgment and to use your past experiences to dig into the information and not just make a decision that if you took a flash poll of the legislature, they would tell you to make. But it is ever so important that you don't stray too far down that path of thinking, because at the end of the day, you are accountable to the legislature, and they are the folks who are representing the people who this university needs to serve. So if I'm making a decision that I think might not be in response to the flash poll of the legislature, I better think that, well, if the legislature just had read everything that I read and knew everything that I read, that's probably the decision that they would ultimately, and you took politics out of it, that they would probably arrive at. That's really important in that spot. But that's a long answer to your question. And at the end of the day, the Board of Regents is accountable to the legislature.
Thank you. And one last comment that I've been making to all of our candidates, and it's something you've alluded to yourself in your conversation, but I think Apex Clean Energy is lucky to have you, and I think they expect a great deal of your time. You are on 3 other governing boards currently, and as you well know, the Board of Regents is a very big commitment of time and energy. And I know you know that. Can you make that work? That's my question.
Very good question, Madam Chair. And this might surprise you, I was expecting the question, Madam Chair. It's one you're well known for, and I think it's a very important question. This position is very important to the state of Minnesota, and the fact that it's a volunteer board position does not impact the fact that I would consider it to be the most important thing that I'm working on outside of my family, were I to be elected to the Board of Regents. And I am fully prepared to make the other necessary accommodations in my life to ensure that I'm providing adequate service to the University of Minnesota, whether that requires, taking a step back from other opportunities, taking a step back from other governing boards potentially. I will do that as makes sense if I'm elected to the Board of Regents.
Thank you. And with that, we ask you to your concluding comments.
Thank you, all of you again for your time commitment this entire week. And I know I've said it a bunch of times, but I've sat in your chairs, and I know it is exhausting. The chairs are more comfortable now. For those of you who sat in the chairs in the state office building, those ones were an absolute nightmare. So for those of you who didn't experience that, the chairs are far more comfortable, in this room doesn't smell weird. So that's all a big benefit. But still, thank you for your service on this council and for your time. I'll just say in closing that the University of Minnesota is a world-class institution that means the absolute world to me. It's played a pivotal role in my life, in my career, and I am incredibly proud to call it my alma mater. Anyone who knows me knows that I absolutely bleed maroon and gold. And even just as an illustration, when we shockingly ended up in the hospital last week, I was already wearing my full University of Minnesota apparel. So that was very, very, very convenient. This was when he was feeling a little better and was walking the hallways. The problems that I point out in my critiques of the university are because I love it. They're eminently fixable, and I critique those things because I love the institution. Thank you again for taking the time to be involved in this process. I'd be honored to have your support and the support of the legislature in this process. And please, please, please don't hesitate to reach out anytime with questions or concerns. The contact information is on my one-pager. I didn't frost it onto the cookies, although now I'm thinking that might have been a good idea. But I will add, please don't make me go home with 25 cookies. Please do eat some of the cookies. With that, Madam Chair and council members, really appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. We're adjourned until tomorrow morning.